All right, I think I figured it out. All right, hang on. Hey, unfortunately, I've run into some technical difficulties. Okay, well, are people figuring it out? All right, Noah's here. All right, we got people have figured it out. Unfortunately, the original link, does the original link still work? Can someone in the chat tell me? I don't think it would, and that's what I worry about. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, just a second then. Well, hang on. And can you see me when I'm typing? Can you see me like typing, messaging people? I'm not sharing my screen, am I? Okay, great. All right, let me. All right. All right, let me just. I'm letting everyone know that I invited, that the link no longer works. Hopefully that will be, hang on. All right. Hopefully people have figured it out. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to get right into it with my forecasts for the evening. Give me a second. And I hope people can't see notifications coming up on my screen, but I think we're going to be good. All right. Here we are. This is my first forecast map. Can people see me when I leave? Hang on. Oh yeah. So here's our governor's map. Really, the only races worth watching are going to be North Carolina and New Hampshire. Washington, you have Roy Cooper, the incumbent Democratic governor, is retiring. Josh Stein, the attorney general, is the Democratic nominee facing Mark Robinson. And this race was going to be more competitive, most people thought. But Mark Robinson has buried himself in scandal. And it's now not even a question of what the margins are, but just necessarily, or not a margin of who wins, but a question of what the margins are going to be. And then our other interesting races in New Hampshire, where longtime Republican incumbent Kristen Nuno is not running for re-election, and in his place, Republican Kelly Ayotte, I think, stands a good chance. Hang on, now I'll go to the House. Or if anyone has any questions, they can ask. Also, I got the map up behind me. I don't know how well you can see it. I'm very proud. Like 19 people. That's a good number. I'm not going to answer any questions in the chat just for a minute. I need a second to get my bearings. But that's governors. The governors' races are pretty easy. Hang on. Dad, can you send the link to Lucy and Stella? I don't know how, and while I have this open. Thank you. All right. Why don't I move? I'll move on to my house map now. All right. There's a lot going on with this one. About 40 races that I think are competitive. Just a few we're going to be watching tonight, especially early in the evening. I'm going to be looking at North Carolina's first. That's Don Davis's seat. It's a district that got a lot redder with redistricting and also is trending right. So if that one flips, which I have it here, it's that seat in northeastern North Carolina. That's sort of that very, very tilt red color. If that one flips, that's going to be what I'm watching. Another Another one is going to be Maine 2nd. It's the largest congressional district east of the Mississippi. It's a lot of northern Maine. That's Jared Golden's seat. Trump will probably carry the district by 6 or 7 points at the top of the ticket because Maine splits its electoral votes that way. But the House seat there is what I'm going to be watching. I think Jared Golden stands a good chance. That's why it's lean blue up there, that northern Maine seat. It's got up there too. Here, maybe it's more entertaining if I interact with the big whiteboard behind me. I'm still figuring it out. And then also, there's a lot of competitive seats in New York and California. That's where Democrats lost the majority in 2022. So those states are going to be big for if Democrats retake the House, which in my forecast they do. Very, very barely, 219, 216. And you can see there at the bottom where the arrow is to signify the majority is in that sort of very light color. So the House is a toss-up for the most part. And then as results for those races come in, I'll cover them one by one. But for now, that's just what I'm going to be looking at to start with. Excuse me. And now I can go to the Senate map. Hang on. All right. Here's my Senate map. Republicans do retake the majority. It's a rough map for Democrats this cycle. I'm going to say the most competitive seat is definitely Ohio with Sherrod Brown. I have him holding on by a thread, but that race is also a toss-up. I'm sorry, give me 1 second. All right, never mind. Okay, people figured it out. Yeah, let me get back to that map there. The Senate one. Yeah, and then also up there in the upper Midwest and Rust Belt, you got 3 seats in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That's Bob Casey and in Pennsylvania, Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin. And in Michigan, Debbie Stabenow is retiring, and Alyssa Slotkin is the Democratic nominee. I expect Kamala Harris to narrowly carry all 3 of those states. As a spoiler, oops, for the presidential one. But I don't see the Senate candidates there underperforming her. So I have those all as lean Democratic seats. But same thing, as interesting things happen in them, I'll get more into the specific. And then Missouri is Josh Hawley's seat. It's a very red state. He'll probably win. They'll probably run a little below Trump. Same thing in Florida with Rick Scott. And then Montana, Texas, and Nebraska are lean Republican seats. Montana is incumbent Democratic Senator John Tester. Oh, shoot. Can people see me now? Am I back? All right. I fixed it. Great. But in Montana, John Tester faces Tim Sheehy as his Republican nominee, who I think will defeat John Tester narrowly. In Nebraska is a very interesting race. Republican incumbent Deb Fischer is facing a surprising challenge from independent candidate Dan Osborne. And polling is a dead heat right now, but I expect the incumbency for Fischer to help her out in the end. And then in Texas, that's Ted Cruz's seat. In 2018, he almost lost to Beto O'Rourke. I expect Colin Allred, the Democratic nominee, to run about even with Beto O'Rourke. I think it's going to be a 2 or 3 point win for Ted Cruz. But you can see here, even if Democrats win Ohio, as I expect them to, they're still in the minority in the Senate. They have to pick up one of those leaning Republican states to have a majority. And even then, it's still 50-50. So if Kamala Harris isn't the president, then it doesn't matter because the vice president breaks the tie in the Senate. And then also Nevada and Arizona are worth talking about. Nevada is Jackie Rosen's seat. She's facing Republican Sam Brown. Jackie Rosen has been polling very well. I would be surprised if she lost. Arizona, Carrie Lake is facing Ruben Gallego. It's an open seat there because Kristen Sinema is retiring. And I do not think that Carrie Lake stands a chance there. The polling there has been very bad for her. Not from a nonpartisan perspective, even most Republicans don't like her, although she did win a primary. So there's, I guess, something to say for that. So I expect Ruben Gallego to win by a fairly sizable margin there. In Virginia, we got Tim Kaine, but that's likely. Minnesota's Amy Klobuchar. She's not going to lose. Maryland is somewhat interesting. There, Larry Hogan, the former Republican governor of the state, is facing Angela Also Brooks, the Democratic candidate. Generally, when popular governors of a party that does not align with the state usually run for Senate, it does not end well. You can see in 2020, the former Democratic governor of Montana ran for Senate, Steve Bullock, and he lost. In Tennessee in 2018, Phil Bresden, former Democratic governor of Tennessee, ran against Marsha Blackburn for Senate, and he lost. So I expect Maryland to defer to its partisanship and elect Angela Also Brooks. I think that's all the interesting Senate stuff. Well, I might as well get to the presidency. I feel like that's the one that a lot of people are going to be. Hang on. I think I've discovered why it goes black. I think it goes dark and no one can see me when I click share screen, but then just go to that tab. I have to come back to the YouTube tab. Otherwise, I can see things, but no one else can. I think I got it now too. I was kind of just rambling before, but now I got it. Hang on. All right. Talk more about the Texas Senate race. What do you want to know? Here, I'll start interacting with the chat now. I have my bearings. Colin Allred is the Democrat. He's a representative from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Ted Cruz. Oh, you know who Ted Cruz is. The state's probably going to vote for Trump by 5 or 6 points at the top of the ticket. Again, that's another spoiler for the presidential coming in a few minutes. But I don't see it. If Kamala Harris is only losing Texas by 3 or 4, then maybe Colin Allred has a chance. But I think that Texas stays red this year and Ted Cruz hangs on. We'll see. How will the debate affect their vote? Colin Allred won the debate with Ted Cruz, but it wasn't disastrous for Ted Cruz. I don't think it was shocking to anyone who already knows Ted Cruz. I don't think that's really gonna matter. Yeah, I agree. He did really good, but not good enough to shift a state that hasn't voted for a Democrat at the top of the ticket in decades to flip in a year that's pretty neutral, I think. Maybe if 2024 was a much bluer year, or maybe, I don't know, if Ted Cruz is running for re-election in 2030 and it's a very blue year, maybe. But I don't think this is the year that Texas goes blue. Does anyone else have any more questions about the Senate, House, or governorships? All three, before I go to the presidential race. It's just getting some water. I'll take that as a no. Oh, do you think there will be a polling error? Definitely. I don't see an instance in which there isn't a polling error somewhere, because just polls have been all over the place. It's not like all polls are in agreement. If I had to broadly, I think maybe Democrats are being underestimated a little bit, but really I think it's different regionally. I think it's really going to be all over the place. Oh, and also I sent this link to a lot of people. Obviously, I mean, this is most of them, I expect, but try to keep the chat civil because there's family and people in here. So not that I saw anything, but I just figured I'd say that. Is there any chance Hawley will lose his race? No, I don't think so. The Democrats is Lucas Kuntz. He's fine. He's a fine candidate, but I just don't think that. He can do it. I mean, Trump's going to win Missouri by 16 or 17 or something like that. Hawley will probably win by less than that. But I don't think he loses. Unfortunately, I cannot go back to Scholastic Bowl because I'm too old. Explain the Mark Robinson scandal. I would advise you to read the Wikipedia page that discusses his controversies. It's a little too hard to. He has so many; it's hard to discuss. I think. Also, most of it is definitely not appropriate for for this space. Give me just 1 second. Give me a second. All right. Did you hear that New York Times tech workers strike? I did hear about that. I don't know that much about it though. Most of the media outlets I'm reading are incredibly optimistic about a Kamala Harris win, but the New York Times has been very pessimistic. Please explain this rhetorical discrepancy. I don't know. Someone's gonna be right and someone's gonna be wrong. Hang on. I see if I missed any questions now. I'll start the presidential forecast at 6:30, but I'll keep taking questions about the House, Senate, and governorships until then. Also, I apologize if anyone's texted me in the past hour and I haven't responded because I've been drawing this beautiful map behind me. So margin for Virginia's 7th. That's Abigail Spanberger's old seat. The Democratic nominee is Eugene Vindman, and the Republican nominee is Derek Anderson. Spanberger won by about 5 in 2022. I expect Vindman to win by a little less than that, but we'll see. It depends how well Harris does statewide. Also, Vindman, I believe, has raised more money than any House candidate in the nation. A lot of that is from his primary bid, too, so he's very well funded. Can we expect J.R. Majewski to make a comeback? J.R. Majewski is not running for anything this year. For those who do not know, J.R. Majewski ran in Ohio's 9th congressional district in 2022 against Marcy Copter, and a seat that voted for Trump voted for a Democratic House candidate by about 13 points. She's a long-time incumbent, and he was not a good candidate. But he's not running for anything this year. What else? Every poll but Seltzer is wrong. We'll talk about the Seltzer poll when I look at the presidential map. All right. And on my little tracker there, I already have the Senate partially filled out because only a third of the seats are going to be up. So 2/3 of the bar is already filled in. Actually, I don't think that's going to be very helpful to like track. I'm probably going to rely more on digital ones for that. What are the odds of an RFK Jr. sweep? Literally zero, since he's not on the ballot in enough states to win. I don't think he was before he dropped out. Even I could be wrong though. I know that's a joke too, obviously. Also, I'm just checking my messages periodically because sometimes people have messaged me like the link isn't working, so I need to figure it out. Jill Stein popular vote? I have no idea. Well, let me see what it was in 2020. What did the Green Party get? And I'll guess it's maybe about that. Okay, in 2020, the Green Party got 0.25% of a vote. And I have someone joining me in real time. It's going good. Here, you're on the air. If you want to be here, if you want to sit and just watch me talk to the computer, you can. Maybe it'll come over here though. No, maybe not. Okay. You're fine. It's the final map. Yeah.
How long are you gonna stay up?
What?
How long are you staying up for this?
How long am I gonna stay up? Probably not later than like 1 or 2.
That's a lot later than I was expecting.
Well, I mean, the race probably is gonna be called tonight. I expect there was like the stuff coming in to hit a wall eventually, and then I'm probably gonna go to sleep when it hits the wall. Because I mean, it's probably gonna come in fairly gradually until about midnight or 1 or 2, something like that.
Very nice. I'm impressed.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Why don't I go to the presidential now? Oh, do you think Georgia will finish counting today? I mean, the answer to that question is no. Do I think it'll be called tonight? The answer is yes. Even most states aren't going to finish counting for weeks. It's just the question is how close are they? Because most states, like, no one cares. I shouldn't say no one cares, but it's not on people's radar when Massachusetts counts all their votes. Just because it's once 90% is on election night, you know who's going to win. So it really only matters for those really close states. I don't know. I wrote in Kanye. Please don't do that. if that's real. Oh no, never mind. What are my thoughts on John Avalon? That's New York's first congressional district. I have that one as one of my competitive seats up there. You can barely tell what's going on in New York just because there's so much written. Republican incumbent is Nick LaLota. I think that he's going to win, but by less than a lot of people think. I think it's probably going to be 3 or 4 points, but still Republican. I like John Avalon, though. I don't know that much about him. What's the margin for Bobby Scott looking like? I don't know. 1 million. Do you think RFK will pull a significant amount of votes from Trump in states like Michigan? I mean, maybe some. I think after we know the margin, there's going to be lots of relitigation stuff like that and just sort of reflecting. Thoughts on Dixville Notch? I don't know. It's 6 voters. I like that they have their little tradition, but I don't think it carries much weight when in a real analysis. All right, I'm going to go to my presidential map, though. All right. I have a toss-ups blank on here for some suspense. But I can talk about some of the likely states first. Iowa, there's that the Seltzer poll that came out a couple days ago is the big thing in Iowa that people are talking about. Iowa is not a toss-up. Iowa, I still think, is a likely Republican state. I trust Ann Seltzer. She's a very credible pollster. I just for Nevada, if Nevada votes for Kamala Harris by 3 points, then she's winning Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania by double digits. I don't necessarily think that she's. I don't know. I don't want to say that I think she's wrong, just because she's very rarely wrong. But I can't see it. I can't see competitive Iowa. It might be a little closer than 2020. In 2020, Trump won it by 8. Do I think there will be significant change as the week goes on and more mail vote gets counted? Like, again, I don't know. It just depends on what the margins are tonight. Maybe, I mean, the answer is no, it's not going to change that much. But the question is that little bit of change going to matter? What do I think black mail voter turnout will look like? I don't know. I think it's probably similar to 2020. The movement of young men and young minorities towards Trump and the Republican Party, I think I think that's overstated, though. But we'll see. All right. Now, unfortunately, I do have to leave this page and everything's going to go black for a second when I characterize the state. I don't know how to avoid that. But I'm going to start with the easiest, and that's here. That's Michigan, I think. There we go. And I'm going to say Michigan's lean blue. Biden won the state by 2.8 in 2020. It's not really shifting right. Polling has been the best for Kamala Harris. And I'll go Nevada. That's probably the hottest take on this map, honestly. Nevada has been consistently trending right for, the past decade. The thing that really used to get Democrats over the finish line there was the Harry Reid turnout machine. And, I don't know how much involvement he actually had in his later years when he wasn't a senator anymore. But for what it's worth, Harry Reid did die in 2021. So I don't know. Nevada elected a Republican governor in 2022. And Nevada that's the thing. Nevada has a very blue ancestral history. But I think this is the year that it comes down. This is also my forecast from a week ago, all of these, because things have just been so all over the place for the past week. I've reverted back to what I thought would happen a week ago. I've been back and forth on Nevada, although I don't see it. Think about population in Salt Lake City. I don't think that matters. Wait. Oh, Mr. Greg is in the chat. Here. All right. Next here, I'll go to North Carolina next. I think Trump's going to win North Carolina again. It's not really left trending. It's always 5 or 6 points to the right of the nation. And I don't think Kamala Harris is going to win the popular vote by 5 or 6 points. If some leftward trends start in North Carolina tonight, then maybe we'll see. The governor's race could have an impact too. That sort of up ballot, that doesn't really happen very often. I want to make it suspenseful. So I'm trying to make have the winner appear as late as possible. But here, I'm going to give Kamala Harris the Rust Belt, and she wins 270 electoral votes. Wisconsin and Pennsylvania are both going to be incredibly close. I actually think Wisconsin is the reddest state in the Rust Belt. It was in 2016 and 2020, although they were all very close. I don't know. And like I was talking about those Senate races up there too, it's just, I think the Democrats are going to hold on by narrow margins across the board in the upper Midwest. I don't know, though. If Trump wins one of those states, it becomes very difficult for Kamala Harris to win. Although the two remaining states, Arizona and Georgia, here I'll characterize both of them. Georgia, I think, is maybe more blue. Georgia is maybe more mainstream. Kamala Harris's polling in Arizona has been the worst of any swing state. But I'm kind of over polling this cycle, honestly. I've decided that I look at it, obviously, but I think it's just all over the place. And my gut tells me that I don't think Arizona and Georgia both swung so far left in 2016 and 2020 once Trump was on the ballot. I don't see them reverting, although it's possible. And then Nevada. Sorry. I'm already getting tired and losing my mind, even though it's 6:40. That's not a good sign for the evening. Which is more likely of the two? Definitely blue Georgia. Again, these are all, any of the tilts being Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona. I would not at all be surprised if they went the other way. Even Nevada and Michigan, I would not be. Michigan, I'd be kind of surprised. Yeah, but even though 297, 241 in the Electoral College is a pretty, somewhat wide of a margin, it's going to come down to like tens of thousands of votes, I think, in those tilt states, like it did in 2020. All right. Does anyone have any questions about my presidential electoral map? No, we can't just call it Wisconsin for Democrats. I don't even know what you mean by that. Yes, it is that much of a toss-up. I think it's Trump's best state in the Rust Belt, honestly. I see it flipping before Pennsylvania. Am I bleeding viewers? No, we still got people. Again, I'm going to check, make sure no one's texting me and telling me they can't figure out where I am. All right, I think we're good. 20 people. That's a good amount. Do I think Pennsylvania will go blue? Look at the map. It is blue. Yes, I do. I do think it's blue, although, again, very close. I'm going to be looking especially at, Scranton, Lackawanna County. That's an area that really, it's been trending pretty consistently right. Biden did surprisingly well, I'd say, in 2020. I think that's, Scranton Joe, that's his thing. I think he probably got at least somewhat of a boost from being associated with that part of the state. So it'll be interesting to see how that trends relative, if it reverts back, or if what Biden was able to do in 2020 really is a reversal in momentum. And then obviously turnout from Allegheny County and Philadelphia County, where Pittsburgh and Philadelphia are. Bellwether's, Erie, Northampton. Some House seats in Pennsylvania are interesting. Susan Wild in the 7th and Matt Cartwright in the 8th. Cartwright is that Scranton area again. Give me here. People were asking a lot of questions and I couldn't keep up. And now I feel like if I missed your question, ask it again. Thoughts on DC? Man, I think DC is going to be really tough this year. I really was unsure about my characterization. No, Kamala Harris will win Washington, D.C. by what, 80? Let's see what Joe Biden won Washington, D.C. by in 2020. I know it's black again. 87. Biden won DC by 87. So I'm not really paying attention to the District of Columbia. I apologize, Jacob. Once we start getting some questions, people can call me too, and we can have some callers on the air, and you can introduce yourself. But I'm gonna wait until 7 or 7:30 or something like that for that. Which swing state do I think will have the worst turnout? Maybe Nevada. Respect DC. I have lots of respect for DC, but I don't think it matters that much electorally, at least broadly. Does anyone want to look at any of my other maps again who got here late? I can just keep the presidential up for now. Do you think this is it really dark, my picture down there? Now it's not. I don't know why it's fluctuating like that. How about the margin for Virginia? Trump thinks it's closer than the polls say. Virginia is one of the most consistently left trending states in the entire country. Biden won it by 10. I think that Kamala Harris will win it by 7 or 8. I do think it doesn't even necessarily trend right. It just sort of stagnates because I think she's going to win the popular vote by a little less. Why do Maine and Nebraska split up their electoral votes, and which party does that favor? Maine and Nebraska split their electoral votes. I don't know why. It ends up favoring neither party because Maine statewide is blue and Nebraska statewide is red, and they both have one district that sort of bucks their state's consensus. What percent? Oh, Elias Bose in the chat. Excellent. That's really, yeah. Please spread the new link around. I don't think he was asking you, Miles. What percent chance to give Pennsylvania going red? 40, I think. Maybe 35. I think it's one of Harris's better swing states. I'd say of all the tilt states on here, it's the one I would be most inclined to move up to lean. 26 people, still growing. What is your tipping point state? I think it's Wisconsin or Pennsylvania. It was Wisconsin in 2016 and 2020. I think, anyway. There's really a lot of people. I wish there's a way where I could see a list of all the viewers, because I don't know who's here. But I didn't send it to that many more people than 26, so I'm assuming most people are. Do you think Trump is going to try and rally behind the red mirage again this year if he loses? 1,000,000%. The biggest election surprise will be if Donald Trump concedes quietly tonight. I think that would be more surprising than any characterization on this map being different from what I expect it to be. Let's see. I have Indiana and Indiana and Kentucky have some results coming in. Those states are going to be very red at the top of the ticket. The Indiana governor's race, I think I have as likely are. Oh, Rachel Easterly or Gagan. Hi, regardless. Happy to have you. Won't be running again after the interest. I'm so interested in finding out from you. I don't even understand that question, but everything you've been saying so far has been not even serious, so I'm not going to try to decode it. It's really left a circle of people I sent it to. No UVA election watch party. What do you think this is? This is a party. I'm having a party. There's a bunch of watch parties. I don't like watch parties. I like just looking at numbers and talking to people, usually in person, but this works too. But I'm not a fan of the big watch parties. Do you think Trump would live through his whole term? That's a morbid question. I don't know. Obviously, no one knows that. I guess so, but if you can, this is what the UVA students are turned into. I was like this before I came here. If anything, this is a resistance of what UVA has turned me into. I'm the same. I saw someone saying I think Wisconsin is going to lean a bit more blue because of cultural overlap with Michigan and walls. What do you think? I think Wisconsin's, like I said, the best state for Trump in the Rust Belt. But that being said, it's still tilt blue. Walls, vice presidential picks don't really typically, I don't want to say they don't matter, but they really don't affect much. But the whole region is culturally similar. That's why I think it's going to vote together for the most part. What's the atmosphere on campus on election night? You know, most people are just enjoying their day off, honestly. It's less intense than usual. Two House races have been called for Republicans. I'll put that on my did it go black again when I did that? Wait, if you think vice presidential picks don't matter, George McGovern? I don't know. I'm not going to address that. Where's Nevada? I mean, Indiana. I don't know why you can't click on this map. You can't see what I'm looking at, but I can't click on. I thought it would be interactive. Yeah, I might have to find a new. Oh no! Here we are. Okay, and this is what I want. Here, I'll share it. I'll share it. I'll share it with what I'm looking at, so you can see what I'm looking at. Tell me if it goes black though, because then I will stop doing this. Indiana. How do I hear house? All right, two calls in Kentucky. Kentucky's fourth and Kentucky fifth. Thomas Massey and Hal Rogers. Okay. There's here. I guess I'll. There we go. Where are you gonna? I have the New York Times page open, but I don't. That could change if it's not doing what I needed to do. When you were showing, I don't think I am YouTube famous. I know like all 22 people here. That I don't think that makes me famous. I feel like I was a little hectic at the beginning. I feel like I jumped straight into the maps. All right, I'll cross-reference my expectations with what happens as it goes on. Here. Well, let me just show you what I got going on here though. I got all the here. I got all the Senate and governor's races on there and the competitive House stuff. Not all the House stuff, obviously. That would be very difficult. Two likes on the video. That's excellent. I'm building an internet presence already. I did answer your question about Nebraska and Maine. Nebraska and Maine split their electoral votes. I don't know why. I'm sure there's an answer somewhere on the internet for you. But who does it benefit? The answer is neither. Nebraska is very conservative at large. Maine leans liberal at large, and they each have one district that goes with the opposite of the state majority. Does Alaska still do ranked choice voting? Yes, they do. I don't know if I'm going to be up late enough to be talking about Alaska, though. Maine also has ranked choice voting. And some municipalities across the country do too. Charlottesville has ranked choice voting, I think. Ranked choice voting, I'm not going to explain in detail now because it's kind of hard to explain. Basically, instead of filling in a bubble for a presidential candidate today, you would have ranked, I don't know, Kamala Harris 1, Jill Stein 2, Libertarian 3, Trump 4, whatever. You would have ranked them like that. And then after they tally up all the ones, if none of the ones have enough, if there's not enough ones to get to 50, if no candidate has enough first places to get to 50%, then they go and see what people's second choices were. I know I'm not good at explaining it. Broadly, I like ranked choice voting though. Yes, Tim Kaine does indeed win. I think he outruns Kamala Harris by a little bit. It was likely on the map, borderline safe. I think he is. I think he's not in any trouble though. Great on Saturday Night Live, Tim Kaine. Who's Tim Kaine? Wait, Miles, what are you asking? Oh, Miles told me after I sent him the Tim Kaine on Saturday Night Live thing that he thought that Tim Kaine looked like Teller of Penn and Teller, the magician. I don't know. Maybe. I'll leave that up to the audience to decide. Can I figure out how to start a poll? Maybe later. Maybe later. All right. Mr. Wright agrees with you, Miles. Okay. Still only 2 called seats in the House, and still no Senate seats, no governorships. Yeah, Tim Scott. No, Miles, he knows. That's a joke from the sketch. Did you even watch it, or did you just watch it until you realized he looked like Teller and then stop watching it? How do you think the weather will affect the election? Let's combine interests here, actually. That's a very interesting question. Um, let's see what let's see what the weather's like looking like across the country. Shit. Oh, that might not be good. A lot of rain in Wisconsin and Michigan have some inclement weather. In Montana too. Not a lot of important electoral races in the deep south there, but yeah, Montana with Tester, that could be a concern. I don't know. The weather question's interesting. I didn't really think about that. How do you think the Atlanta polls bomb threat will affect counting time? Is that real? If that's real, that's very unfortunate. I don't know. I don't know enough to answer that question though. Oh, that's not. Oh, okay. You told a guy you were canvassing and told a guy to vote for Tim Scott. Okay, well, it's not going to matter because he's going to get to the ballot box and he's going to realize that that person's not on there. One time I was canvassing and a guy told I had the candidate and the guy was like, yeah, she has my vote and this other person. And the other person was her opponent. And he did not understand that they were running against each other. He was planning on voting for both of them. Historically, what impact does weather have on a race? I mean, in Detroit, I think there was a big rainstorm in 2016, and people say that's why Hillary Clinton lost Michigan. Obviously, you can't examine what didn't happen. So who knows? But do you think people in low pressure systems are more likely to vote red or blue? I don't know how to answer that question. We're ebbing and flowing between 20 and 25. Why are we looking at the weather? Noah, you must have just got here. Someone asked me how the weather was going to affect turnout, and it's raining in Wisconsin and Michigan. Here, we can go back to real. We can go back to politics now. I also hope nobody is too anxious and nervous. This should be fun. Here, sorry, 1 second. You can wash your dishes and stuff, but I'm gonna be talking to people on the computer. Is that all good?
Sorry for the noise, by the way.
No, you're fine. Don't worry about it. Oh, we got 3 state calls here. Can someone actually take a screenshot of me over here? I have to submit this for a class to prove that I was doing something with the election. Miles, maybe can you take maybe once the screen gets light again? I don't know why the light is changing like that. Can you take a screenshot and send it to me, Miles, and make it so you can like see now the light's light again? So, but make it so you can like tell it's like a live stream that I'm actually doing something. Here, I'll color again. But my face has to be in it. Here, is it light again? You'll send it. Oh, you did, Brandon? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's due at midnight, and then I will have secured my grade for that class. I just have to. I was worried I was going to forget. I'm good though. Still just solstice calls. What's the assignment? I have to participate in the election 10 times throughout the cycle. And this is my 10th, fortunately. I don't think I could squeeze in another one. But here, I'll give, yeah. How many on that side? What's, hang on. 19.3. I'm bleeding viewers. I don't know what to do about that. Florida votes coming in. Oh yeah, it's 7. Georgia too. And we have 2 Senate polls too. I'll go ahead and. Bernie Sanders won his re-election. Shocker. Not really. And then Mike Braun in Indiana. Harris down 4 in Florida. Hey, that's Florida. Honestly, I expect Florida to be a pretty strong state for Trump. So I'd be surprised if she was not down 4. Okay. Close to R+2 now. Share screen. All right, well, we can look at Florida for a little bit. I don't know if this tab updates while I'm not on it. We'll see, I guess. What's my margin for Florida? Trump plus 6, 7. And that's independent of this. Oh, it does change. Okay, that's great. Votes have already been counted in Orlando and in Broward, where that's like the biggest, bluest county. So I expect it to only get redder. I don't think Kamala Harris. This is very close right now. I don't think it stays that way. Still only just those calls. The one competitive seat in Indiana and Kentucky. Look at. Okay, some more calls in the House, but not competitive ones. If anyone else is just watching the numbers, if they want to tell me something they see, because I can't look at everything at once. If they see something interesting and they want me to talk about it, please let me know. Also, if people can see my screen right now, hang on, I'm sorry. I have to submit my activity to Canvas. That guy who was in here before to wash his dishes is boiling water. So he's probably going to be back. Is my major political science? I mean, probably at this point. Some of the data science and statistics type classes I'm taking are interesting too, but I think that's more of a minor situation. I'm talking like I have it all figured out. We'll see how it goes. Wait, what? Oh, hang on. All right. I'm back. Oh, lots of questions since then. Oh no, not. I thought there were. Well, Florida will probably go red. What about the statewide referendum concerning abortion rights? See, there's just so much that I can't look at everything all at once. If you want to watch that, I honestly don't know. I think it's very close. If that passes, I would expect it to narrowly, but I'm not sure. %3 in Georgia. We can look at Georgia. Oh, wow. Harris plus 10. That's it. That's the end of it. No. 3%. 3% of the vote has been reported. Which states have abortion rights that are significant? You mean like referendums on the ballot? Florida, Montana come to mind. Arizona. I think there's like 13 of them. There's a lot. Well, Florida probably go. I already said that. Some more votes coming in Georgia. We can look at North Carolina too, maybe. Nothing there yet. Polls have. Oh no, polls don't close yet in North Carolina. All right. All right, the kid came back and took his boiling water away, so we should be alone for the rest of the night. I didn't think to put up like a sign on the door. I felt like that would be, I don't know. It is a public space, I guess. Polls close in Ohio at 7:30. That sounds right. And presidentially, I would be surprised if Trump doesn't win there, but Sherrod Brown, very close race. And then there's a handful of competitive House races, one in like Akron and one in like Toledo in that area. Brandon voted in Virginia. No, Jonah, you should not have voted in Virginia. Jonah is from Georgia. He voted in Georgia. He should have voted in Georgia. I don't know why he thinks he should have voted in Virginia. And Georgia up there, I don't know if you can see, is completely blank except for the presidential. No governor's race, no Senate race, no competitive House races. But I mean, presidential is definitely important enough there. Could I have voted in Ohio? Yes, you could have voted in Ohio. Too late now, but that's okay. I voted this morning. Oh, wait. See, like, I don't know why it's getting dark like that, but I got my, I'll put this on. I voted presidential election. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It was pretty easy. It was good. It was a good experience voting in Charlottesville. No more state calls. Oh, some voted in Virginia. Okay, well, they've only counted votes in Prince George, in a little bit of Prince George County, and a little bit of Virginia Beach. not enough to make any assessments. The crud on my computer screen. No, they did not ring a bell for me. I think because it's, first of all, I don't think anyone actually does that anywhere. But also, I think that's, I mean, it's a college voting thing. I think that if they did that, there would be a lot of bell ringing. What parts of Norfolk are likely to go red or blue? Most of the city is blue. Some parts up by the airport are a little redder, but could you review your house predictions? Sure. Here, I won't. Here, I won't go back to that tab. But do you have any specific races that you have questions about? My breakdown is 219, 216 for Democrats. Why would they ring a bell for you? You're 39 years old, I think, 40, something like that. You voted before, I hope. Mr. Schaefer said they rang a bell for someone. Maybe they rang it for him. Maybe they're just ringing the bells for the teachers who vote. Maybe that's what's happening. I'm having a blast here. Nothing specific. I just couldn't follow it the first time. I'm looking at as the first poll closings for competitive House races are in Virginia. Virginia's second, Virginia's seventh are the two competitive ones in there. I expect Jen Kiggins in the second to hold on a little by a little bit. That's Virginia Beach, Chesapeake, Suffolk, Isle of Wight, Eastern Shore. And then the seventh is Abigail Spanberger's district. She's retiring. Democrat Eugene Vindman. He should win by 4 or 5. Maybe run below Kamala Harris a little bit, though, honestly. I'm not sure. About the same now. We'll see. Yeah. Yes, I did have to change my registration to vote in Charlottesville. Hang on. And if anyone's like texting me, I'm not like looking at my phone. So lots of people took screenshots and sent them to me. I already submitted it though. Who said, yeah, what'd you say yes to? Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. Okay. I just wanted to make sure lots of people. Hang on. Who screenshot one? Yours, Brandon, because you said you were going to send it to me, so I just looked for you. I didn't look at anyone else's. Fun. Also, congrats. Thank you. I recognize you from your Discord username. I knew it was you. Have you bet money on the presidential election? No. No, that's a real question. Why is Kamala Harris still texting me, Miles, and you apparently? I'm being emails like, we just need a few more dollars to push us over the line. What are you going to do at this point, I think? I don't know. I mean, presumably someone's going to be running again for something. Let's look at Florida again. Florida is the only state that hasn't been called with a meaningful amount of the vote in. Hang on, how do I get there? I have to go down here. Yeah, Trump plus 8. That's much more what I was expecting. How much of Broward is in? 70. Miami-Dade, Trump plus 11. That's whoa. That's big. Campbell, you probably haven't gotten any political text messages because you never gave your phone number or email on like a list. Because I like go to like political things, you have to register with your phone number to RSVP, and then somehow they get you and they just text you. Is it legal for U.S. citizens to bet on the election? Yes. Yeah, I also think a lot of money has been bet politically. Yeah, Trump plus 8, I think, is what it's looking like in Florida. But that's, again, I said 7 or 8. That's not shocking. Senate. What's the Senate looking like in Florida, though? That could be interesting. R plus 7. So Rick Scott is running a little below Trump, but not much. Okay. I'm going to get up and stretch for a second. And I don't have any assistants here with me, so when I have to use the bathroom or something, it's just going to be dead air. DraftKings. Results timing. What is this? It's just an expectations thing. Still only the one Senate call. There's been some more House calls. I'm not going to mess with that bar up there for a little bit, though. Economy is ranked the top issue for voters, though. I think. I haven't really looked at that kind of polling in a little while, but it would surprise me if it wasn't up there at least. $22 viewers, holding strong. If enough people watch it, what's going to happen is there's going to be some strangers. See, like, I don't know who that person who just wrote in the chat is. Sorry. Let's go back to Florida. Florida's most interesting. I could look at Georgia again, too. Only 3% in, though. But that's not enough to... The two House races in Florida that are somewhat interesting, I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, are Jared Moskowitz's seat. That's like West Palm Beach, who barely won in 2022, but that was a very red year. I expect him to win. And also Anna Paulina Luna, who kind of the opposite thing. When all the other Republicans overperformed in 2022, she did not. So someone's going to click you thinking you're Steve Kornacki. Hey, you know what? It came to me, but it was not 100% purposeful. I wasn't sure what I was going to wear. I wanted to dress up a little bit nice. I didn't want to wear a whole jacket, but the tie seemed fun. So I wanted to wear the tie. And then it kind of like, there's a reason why he does it this way, I guess. It's because it works. Yeah, no, I'll go viral for sure. How many viewers before we start to get ads? I don't know. That's, I think, an Elliot question. Oh, you really like the tie? Well, say thank you to my my dad, because it's his tie. Maybe it's mine now. Please bring Elliot into the discussion. Elliot is hey, why don't I start taking calls? That could be fun. If anyone wants to call me, if you don't have my phone number, ask in the chat. If you want to call me, go for it though. I have my phone out and ready. See, look, Elliot's there. Elliot, call in and talk to us about YouTube. All right, introduce yourself.
This is David Lee.
All right, introduce yourself.
I am a voter in Norfolk, Virginia.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
I do. I have a question and a comment.
Okay.
My comment is that is not my tie.
Oh.
I believe that is a tie that your mother purchased for you at some point. And my question is, how do you stay so informed with political information? Are there podcasts that you like to listen to? What are your sources?
I like I don't know. I listen to Pod Save America. I don't know. I look at the maps enough that I memorize the stuff. It's not that shocking, I think.
I know that you are a listener of Alan Lichtman.
Oh, yeah.
With respect to sort of predictions, but are there other people that you're interested in with respect to predictions? Larry Sabato, other pollsters, that kind of thing?
Larry Sabato's crystal ball has his prediction. He has Harris sweeping the Rust Belt in blue Nevada and all the other Sun Belt states red. 218, 217 Democratic House and 52-48 Republican Senate. I don't know how I stay so informed. I don't know.
Did Nate Silver say something about how some pollsters were holding back and maybe not being so bold? What was the most recent kind of statement from Nate Silver?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to what Nate Silver says, honestly. I see what he says in the headlines.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. I'm enjoying the live stream.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for joining. My computer is at 20%, so I might have to move some things around. I have the charger with me, but I might have to get a little closer than I was planning on to the computer. I got another caller. Give me a second. All right. Introduce yourself to the audience, please.
Hi, I'm Elliot. I'm Spencer's brother.
Where are you from, Elliot?
I'm from Norfolk, Virginia.
Yeah?
Yeah. Me and Taj are at Pixels watching the live stream.
Oh, yeah? Here, is it up on the TVs at Pixels?
No, it's not on the TV. But,
okay. Have fun at Pixels.
In the front room.
Uh-huh.
I've told a few people about it.
Yeah. Spread the word.
Well, they are showing poll results on the television now.
Yeah, well, it's a big
You've been correct so far.
Campbell says hi.
I know. I'm in the chat.
Well, I don't know. He told me to tell you, so I'm telling you.
All right, well, hi, Campbell. So your question was about YouTube subscribers?
Yeah. Campbell said, at what point do I start getting ads?
So you can choose whether or not you want to have ads on live streams. Once you hit 1,000 subs, you can start earning money with YouTube.
All right, well, that's the answer. If you guys can wrangle me 1,000 subscribers by the end of the night, then we'll see.
Any other technical difficulties?
The beginning was kind of rough. I wish I didn't have to. I wish I didn't have to switch streams. I think we may have lost some. We may have lost some people. It's okay though.
I watched through all of that.
I know.
I was sending you messages.
Like if you're texting me, I can't see.
All right, will that be all?
Are you listening to Margaritaville? What's on the phone?
That's just what they're playing.
All right. Do you have anything else to add, Elliot?
No, not really. As long as everything's working over there.
All right. Say hi to Taj for me.
All right. Goodbye, Spencer.
Bye, Elliot. All right. Fascinating insights from Elliot. Okay. I think this is how I'm going to have to set it up so my computer can charge. Which way? Here. Yeah, here we go. This way you can see the whole map if I'm over on this side. 65% in Florida. Still R+8. See, this is not shocking to me. The margin in Miami-Dade is a little surprising to me. I wasn't even sure if Trump was going to win Miami-Dade. Trump +11 is definitely not great for future Democratic prospects. But there is no path for Kamala Harris that runs through Florida. So I mean, Trump could win it by 1 or he could win it by 20. It doesn't factor in necessarily for tonight. Any other big surprises? Oh, we got a big surprise. West Virginia not reverting back to its ancestral Democratic ways. All right. There we go. There's our map. Why is Miami so red? So Miami-Dade County has been trending right for a while, mostly because of trends with Hispanics. Like I said, the Trump +11 is surprising to me, though. I don't know how much Biden went by. You can look it up. When will NC start counting? 7:30, I think. It is 7:30 though. Let me just make sure my computer's charging too, because there's no point in having it. Like this. Okay, yeah. Ohio just closed. Yeah. We probably won't get any meaningful calls out for a little while though. Yeah, Florida 71%. Florida is probably gonna be called pretty soon, I'd imagine. Now it's +9. Okay, so Trump overperforming in Florida to me is not surprising and may mean that I don't know. I don't know. I'm not ready to. I don't know. I don't know what we can draw for that. But Trump is doing better in Florida than most people thought he would. But again, that's not like a Kamala Harris could have won state. Virginia, more results are in from more diverse areas. That I don't know here, Kia. Can you see that? Richmond. That's Richmond. I saw Richmond 81% in, Trump +24. That is Richmond County, which is on the northern neck. That was very confusing. I think that the race will be called in the next few days, maybe the 7th or 8th, Thursday or Friday. It just depends on what states are. It's not even necessarily how close it is. It's which states are close. Back up to 19 viewers, going strong. Does anyone have any suggestions? Anyone want to see anything or have any questions? Here, no votes in yet from Albemarle County. When those come in, I'll see which one's mine. I'm getting notifications on my phone. Guam election results. I don't know. That's not doesn't matter, I don't think. Hey, people can see and hear you if you come over. There's a little live stream thing going on. Oh yeah.
Oh my god. What's
Here.
it called, sir?
Vermont, Indiana, Kentucky, and West Virginia. No surprises.
Yeah, no surprises yet. You think she's in Iowa?
No, the Seltzer poll does not sway me.
What are you thinking right now?
I still think there isn't nothing meaningful has come out yet from tonight, except Trump's doing very well in Florida. A lot better than I thought he would, I think. A little better, at
He's
least.
already tweeted that he is like right now in Philly, like I hear about the cheating going on.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I said earlier, the biggest surprise for me will not be any individual state. It'll be if Donald Trump accepts failure and loses quietly.
Do you think she's gonna win?
I still do. But that hasn't, I mean, I'm in the same place I was 2 weeks ago. Like nothing tonight has changed my opinion.
I'm so scared. I'm gonna come back down here soon.
Yeah, you can, or here.
Send me the like.
I don't have your phone number.
Oh,
Here, give
yeah.
me a second. Hang on. It's just like, it's mostly my family and friends. It's we're having fun though.
Oh my god, I'm so scared. Ah.
Don't be.
I love this. This is weird. You drew this. This is so
Yes.
accurate.
Isn't it great? This is my night to do these things.
Oh my god, this is
Here,
so
put your-
really impressive.
Thank you. Ohio just closed. What do you think of the Ohio gerrymandering ban? I hope that passes. I really do. I don't know if it will though. I like it. It's the answer to the question.
Here.
Thank you. And send it to anyone on the hall too. I didn't run into anyone, so I didn't send it to
Oh
them.
my God.
I'm glad you came though.
I will. Us girls are like about to go sit in my room and like watch the
Yeah,
broadcast.
you're
Like
all-
also just like
Here, you know.
relax.
This link I initially sent to people doesn't work anymore because I had to like change live streams, but I'm still going to send you that one and then you can just go to my channel
Yeah.
and there's nothing there, so you'll figure it out.
In Virginia.
Virginia's
Not right now.
closed. 10% in. Kamala Harris leads by 20.5, but that's not
We
going
know
to
she was
hold.
in Virginia.
That's not going to hold.
I think she's gonna get the blue wall. Looking at it this
I think
way.
she does too.
Right. We're not gonna know about Pennsylvania for days though, because my friends right now.
Yeah, we have a native Pennsylvanian on the stream. Give
Yes.
your insights.
Okay, so here. I'll come over.
Oh, go for it.
Hi, my name's Sierra. I'm from Pennsylvania. Very much a Democrat, but
This is a nonpartisan stream.
oh,
No, you're good. I'm joking.
okay. I think she's gonna get Pennsylvania. I have friends right now that go to Penn. There is like a line like 6 blocks down that people are still in right now to vote.
Yeah, I was a little worried when I went this morning. The line was exactly one person long. I don't think that's a trend across the nation, though.
Yeah, like people really think this is important. All my friends voted Democrat. All my friends' families voted Democrat. I'm just hoping they win. I think Casey's gonna get in again.
Yeah, so do I.
I honestly think this is gonna be, yeah.
My forecast is the same that I showed you.
I know. So I agree completely with your forecast. I think he's gonna get Georgia and North Carolina.
I think he wins North Carolina, but she wins Georgia.
Really?
Yeah.
I think she could still win. There's still a chance. He gets Arizona. She gets Nevada.
I flip-flop Arizona, Nevada.
Really?
I got some
You think
hot-
she gets Arizona?
Yeah, I got some hot takes in there. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
So you don't agree with Larry Sabato's crystal ball?
I agree with the vast majority of it. I disagree with what? How many states is that? 3?
That's true. But she gets all of these. She gets this.
I agree.
And she gets it's slim. Well, she'll get Minnesota bigger than the rest. She'll get
I could
that pretty
see-
comfortable.
I could
These are gonna
see
be close.
reasonable arguments for Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, or Nevada all going either way. I have 2 and 2. It could be 2 and 2 the other way.
Yeah.
I just don't know. Are there any more calls? Is Shade in on the map? Nope. No. Florida 73% in though.
Well, Florida's gonna be red.
Yeah, but it hasn't been called yet. Trump leads by 9. That's a little more than I thought he'd be leading by.
Interesting.
If you need to move to a swing state in order to make your votes count, what state would have the most impact? Don't move to a swing state so your vote will have more impact. But I don't. She says Pennsylvania. She's biased though.
I am biased.
I don't know.
How about Hawaii? Has Hawaii closed? Oh wait, no, we're not gonna know.
Has Hawaii closed? Hawaii closes at like 1 a.m.
for like a while. We know that'll be blue and that'll be red.
I got an email.
Okay, I can't look at this. I'm getting stressed.
All right, I
So I'll
sent
be
you.
back down.
I sent again the link I sent you links to like a failed stream. Go and you have to click on my channel and go
Okay.
find.
I'll come back down because we got a huge thing of ice cream and I'll bring a bowl so you can have some ice cream.
Okay.
if you want.
That's fine.
But okay. Oh, I'm not doing the stream now.
All right. Well, thank you.
Of course.
All right. It seems like we're going to be joined by a party in a second. Isn't Hawaii in a weird time schedule? It's not that it's in a weird time schedule. It's just it's so much further west than the rest of the United States. It's not that that's weird. It's just that that's the way the time works. Spencer 2024. I got to agree with that one. I mean, no matter who wins, we all, the 26 of us are the real winners of the evening. Where am I streaming from? I'm streaming from the multi-purpose room of Kellogg Dorm in Charlottesville, Virginia. Is this Steve Kornacki? You know, again, not initially purposeful, although it did come to me. It's a good mix of dress for the occasion, I think. I wanted to wear the tie. I committed. Will you do a Wordle break at some point, or have you already done the Wordle? I haven't done the Wordle since I was in 8th grade. No, 10th grade. See, one of the grades. I haven't done the Wordle in a long time. I don't know if things really stop coming in. I'll do the Wordle, sure. Georgia 12%, North Carolina 2%. North Carolina 2% in. Did any have? Nothing as a. Yeah, North Carolina, Kamala Harris leads by what is that? 38. That's not gonna hold. Does the New York Times have a page for governor results? I don't think so. And actually, Miles, there's only like 8 governorships. If you can tell me when the governorships get called, so I don't have to like have like a million tabs open, that would be great. Oh, great. You found it. Have any governorships been called, Miles? Indiana, maybe? West Virginia, Indiana, and Vermont have all been called. What's the margin in Indiana? And I'm assuming, yeah, Vermont red. Vermont has a Republican governor. He's the most Republican, most popular governor in the country. Phil Scott. It's a weird one. And then I forget who the Republican nominee in West Virginia is for governor, but I'm sure they won. And Eric Holcomb. I think Indiana governorship is likely on my map, but whatever. R plus 23. Maybe when those girls come back to eat their ice cream in here, I'll use the bathroom because I'm gonna need someone to take over. Senate still. Oh, West Virginia, a flip. Yeah, this was Joe Manchin's seat. I don't even think he would have won if he ran for re-election, but he didn't. So I'll shade different for a flip. I'll do a little lines, although I don't think you'll be able to see it, obviously. Jim Justice. He's a big guy. I forget how tall he is, but Jim Justice is like 6'8" or something, and he's like big that way, like just big all around. He's a big dog. That's not political analysis, though. No call in that competitive Indiana seat, and that's Frank Mervan's seat. Is Indiana 1? That's like Gary in like Chicago suburbs. It's been right trending for a while, but I think he still wins, the Democrat there. What's Florida looking like? Yeah, 76% in Florida. I remember Florida came in very quick on what's it called in 2022. And Trump plus 10, winning Miami-Dade County by 11. I mean, Harris isn't really even doing well in other parts of the state. It's not just Miami-Dade. Florida might be I don't know. Florida might be, but it's not like those Republicans just materialized. Some of it is actual shift to the right, but a lot of it is other people coming from other states, making Florida redder, but making the states they leave bluer. So it all just shifts the map around. It's not the end of the world for Democrats for the next couple decades. I can't be tired yet. That's not good. Someone give me more questions or call me or something. Okay, I don't know who is talking in the chat, but and saying weird things. But if they could please stop, that would be great. Okay. Yes, I did, Brian. I don't know who that is, though. And now we'll never know because they can't talk to me unless they have my number. Okay, I don't know what's happening. All right. Well, I apologize for that. Whoever saw that. I don't know who that was. Thank you, Brandon, for reporting that individual, which I don't know who that is. Could that have been a bot? Jonas Sarah Palin. That's interesting. Florida 76% in still. Yeah. I don't know what closes at 8. A lot, probably. When is Pennsylvania called? When do polls close? I think when it's called, probably several days. When do polls close? I think 8, but I could be wrong. Is there any chance of Obama being elected? I'm not going to answer that question. You should get a Celsius. I've never had an energy drink except for when they had that lemonade at Panera. And those 2 girls died, unfortunately, after drinking it because it was the energy lemonade. I got that not realizing it was the energy lemonade, and I felt crazy. So I guess if you count that as an energy drink, then I've had an energy drink. What do you think will be the percent vote for Joe Biden nationally? Probably, I don't know, 0.1. There's probably some people writing in Joe Biden, honestly. Joe Biden. Let's take a moment to say our thanks to Joe Biden, our president. I didn't think that Biden would drop out, honestly, up until some of the people here were here with me when it happened. Leading up, I didn't think he would. I don't know. Trump still thinks that's Biden's running? Yeah, honestly. My viewership is exploding. Did you see his reaction when a reporter asked him if he was going to rejoin the election? Yes, I thought that was so funny. Oh my gosh. They had a big press conference, and you know how all the reporters shout over each other at the end, you know, to like try and get their question in. And the guy who yelled the loudest said, "Sir, have you thought about re-entering the race?" And Joe Biden turns around real slow, and he says, "I'm back in," and then he leaves. Oh, we got more people coming. Hey,
Hi.
did Sierra tell you what's going on?
I didn't know it was all of this.
Oh yeah, we got 27 viewers on the you can be heard.
Oh, hi viewers. Did I wash my stuff?
Yeah, no, of course.
Okay.
There was someone in here doing like that chemistry up on the board earlier. You're fine.
Did you draw this?
Yes, I did draw this.
Interesting.
Interesting. I think what you mean is, wow. Do I think that there's people who still think Biden is running? Those voters are not informed to the point that they would be voting to this. I don't think. Miles, I don't know. I think that's going to have minimal impact. That's the latest Joe Biden interjection into the race. That comment. What about Peanut the squirrel? I don't know. That was the big surprise for me. The past couple days. No, I don't even understand that story. Honestly, I don't know what that means. Was Peanut the squirrel? I think that was November. Let's not talk about the squirrel because I really don't understand it. I feel left out of the loop. No more states have been called. We have 4 calls, but none of them have a very high percentage. So Florida is counting by far the fastest. West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, and Vermont. What would you say is the October surprise? For me, it was that Seltzer poll, honestly. I know that was November and it doesn't really affect voters, but that was the surprising thing for me, like right before the election. But I don't think there was a traditional October surprise, I think. I mean, I don't think you can say anything about Donald Trump that sticks to him. Teflon Don. Shoot. Was the Madison Square Garden rally the October surprise? So I almost said that. There is some evidence that there was some movement with Puerto Rican voters, but I mean, when I think October surprise, I think, something with more impact. What do you think is the main cause of voter apathy? That's a great question, Taj. I don't know. I think there's people say the lesser of two evils. I think a lot of Republicans don't like Trump, and I think, you know, a lot of Democrats like Kamala Harris, but it is true that she wasn't, you know, nominated traditionally, so people could have their misgivings. I don't know. I think the way to a more engaged citizenry and voting is the harshest repudiation of Donald Trump at the ballot box today. Hopefully push the Republican Party back towards its former self, and then we'll get some quality candidates. But I don't think that's going to happen either, so we'll see. Do you have any comments about Delaware for the stream? We got it was much more interesting when we had Sierra in here talk about Pennsylvania.
My insight isn't as exciting. I'm guessing Delaware is going to go blue.
Yeah.
Shocker.
I've heard more people than usual say they don't like either candidate, and I've wondered why that is. Yeah, I don't know. There's real studies on that. I don't know if I can answer that question. Do you think if Trump did Watergate that his followers would remain loyal hypothetically? Yes. Great questions. Yeah, good point, Brian. That did already happen, I guess. I'm assuming you're talking about. Actually, I don't know. Who do I think is going to win? Kamala Harris. Let's go back to my map. Let's leave the for a second. Here. And this was my map a week and a half ago. Who is AP? Do I know this individual, or am I being trolled? What's Kamala Harris's? No, that's a different viewer. You know me, kid. I go to UVA. All right. I don't, but your name's not there. I'm gonna. Okay, I don't know. What questions? Interact with viewers. People, what do you want me to say? I'm answering questions to the best of my ability. What's Kamala Harris's biggest accomplishment? I'm not gonna answer that. I don't know. What's Donald Trump's biggest accomplishment? That's my question. Inflation Reduction Act. Yeah, you guys can fight in the chat. I'm not gonna. If it gets too intense, I'll start blocking. You know what? Everyone gets to vote for whoever they want to vote for. You get to vote for Donald Trump if you want to vote for Donald Trump, and I appreciate that you have that right and that ability. No reason to pester. Inflation Reduction Act from Trump. Kamala raised. She could even control the border. Trump could. So Donald Trump did not pass the Inflation Reduction Act. Also, the economy in Trump's first term was broadly similar to Obama's second term. I don't think Trump's economy was extraordinary. And I think when Donald Trump lied about the pandemic and told people not to get vaccinated, and I think the United States had one of the worst responses in the developed world to the pandemic. COVID was bad everywhere, and the economy is rebounding in the United States, and it isn't everywhere. So I guess that's an accomplishment. Let's not no more real politics, just coverage. Although I do wonder who this person is. I'm being trolled by a stranger.
Yeah.
They said they go to UVA, but they won't tell me who they are. You're streaming about politics. Why not speak about it? I'm doing like an election here. If you tell me who you are, I'll talk about. No, this I don't know. What? I am embracing different perspectives. I told him I thought it was good that he could vote. All right, let's back down a little bit. That's not a question. JD Vance? Oh, you're JD Vance? Nice to meet you, JD Vance. I didn't know you went to UVA. If you have a question about election results, I'll answer it. I'm not going to debate. That's not what this is for. Fulton, are you watching Georgia, Jonah? Hey. Just FYI, people can hear you on the live stream.
Okay.
You're good, though. What's Georgia looking like?
So all the red states counted first.
Have you seen anything on
That's shit.
Georgia has a decent fit in. We're a big ag school, which probably skews us red. No, Virginia Tech is blue. Okay.
I'm making tea anyway. Do let me dump this water all up.
Washington Post has Kamala Harris up in Ohio. Is that just the current count, or are they projecting that she's up in Ohio? I blocked that guy, by the way. I don't know. Oh, we got a lot more calls.
This is the legendary.
Okay. Maryland blue. Big. Oh, Florida Trump.
You probably shouldn't, but I will give you something. Not that specifically. Because I don't even remember what was in that anymore.
What's my electoral prediction? My electoral prediction is a narrow victory for Kamala Harris, but we'll see what happens. Who am I voting for? If you know me, you know the answer to that. If you don't, I don't know. New York Times has her around 52% chance of victory in Ohio. I don't believe that. I haven't seen it though.
Was Oklahoma just called?
Yeah, but not like shocking, you know.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Yes, it was.
Virginia's left leaning, which I'm happy about.
Yeah. See, now they're actually starting to call states that I'm having to move.
Although,
You just colored in what's been called or what?
And a bunch of states just got called. That's why I'm suddenly on the move. I blocked the troll. Oh, like anxious?
Nauseous and anxious.
Well, I meant with that why.
nauseous, unrelated or related?
What else? Is that all the calls we have? Oh, New England got called.
That's it. I know y'all are like.
Um,
Uh,
As of current votes counted, yeah, that's not going to hold. I'm not looking at where votes are coming from, but that's not going to hold in Ohio.
I know you've probably heard it, but if it's anything heard, we have to help you.
I hope so.
All right. Hopefully that's it for a little while
You've done
back there.
much more.
What did Kamala do when she was VP?
I guess. Sort of straight up running.
Okay, I'm blocking all of the people who are just talking about why Kamala Harris is not qualified to be president. I don't feel that is the. I don't think that's necessary. I'm not talking about why I think Donald Trump is or isn't, or why Kamala Harris is or isn't qualified to be president of the United States. I would appreciate it if people don't ask questions about that in the chat for now. Miles, I don't think these are real people, if I'm being honest. I don't understand how bots work, but this seems like a bot thing.
We got some more states in the Northeast, it looks like.
Which candidate is better for foreign policy regarding Israel? I'm not answering that, Mr. Trans. That's not what this is for. This is I don't like that I got a little debatey with those people who I may or may not know because they wouldn't tell me what their names were. For the remainder of the stream, we're going to be nonpartisan. 20% of votes in for Senate, Sherrod leading by 5 points. But like, where are those votes coming for is my question. Coming from, excuse me. Because if that's, hang on. So, Oh yeah, wait, which Brian is it? I thought it was Brian Dooman this whole time. So if you're not Brian Dooman, then I've been bamboozled.
Spencer, smell this.
Okay, people are gonna see you. She can't hear. Okay. Smells good. It smells like tea.
Yeah. It smells like really good shot.
Okay.
No, I was just
That's
leaving
it.
there.
Bennett isn't here. Bennett isn't here yet? How do you know?
Yeah, well, I'm making.
Did you watch the 20 versus 1 Jubilee videos? No.
Wait, they did?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh, you texted him?
So good.
Okay.
I have a single.
Tell him, text him again and tell him that the link changed and to go to my channel because the link he has doesn't work. I'm sorry about all the people asking irrelevant questions.
Maybe I should get this right.
Thank you, Miles.
Oh, it's fine. I could probably still drink it. I would, but I probably would.
Will Jeff Jackson win Attorney General in NC? I had kind of forgotten about that race. I don't see why not. I think Democrats will do pretty good statewide elections besides president. I agree. I also think they're bots.
Water's boiling.
Oh, just FYI, people can hear you on what I'm doing. I don't know. I know I told you, but I don't know if I told her. Okay.
I think Zoe had told me about you last year.
Zoe? Oh, yeah. I recognize you now. Excuse me. Sorry. Grace, right? Yeah.
Wait, what was your name again?
Oh, I'm Grace.
Grace.
Um,
I recognize your face. Nothing else.
I do not spend too much time.
Oh, there it is.
All right, what else is going on here? Sherrod Brown still leads, and Columbus and Cincinnati haven't been counted yet, but Cleveland has. I don't know what to make of that. Any more calls? The presidential level? No. Georgia has a decent bit in though. That's not ideal. $24 viewers. Going strong. I'll go back over here so the map is in frame. Trump is leading in Georgia. I saw that. Let's see how much of the Atlanta metro they've counted, because Georgia's a state where the vote's going to get bluer as the night goes on. What are you making?
Mac and cheese, but my onion is molded.
No.
It's been in there a while.
Go ahead.
I think Trump's going Florida by 13 or 14, it looks like. It's a lot. Still, by far, the most votes in Georgia are from Fulton County. I mean, I don't know. Atlanta was last to count 2020, so was Philadelphia. Yep, that's correct. Polls closed at 8 in a few states. Yeah. What are the candidates' views on people leaving clothes in the dorm dryers? Biggest national opinion right now? I don't know. You'd have to. I don't know. It's an interesting theory, Mr. Schranz. Thank you for sharing. Who's that in the chat? Who is that? From now on, if someone is here, I'm not trying to have conversations with people, though. That's not what it's for. If someone can report all the clowns, that would be excellent, please.
Where are your mods at, man?
I don't know. I only sent this to like my friends and family, and now every 5 minutes, someone in the chat is like, Spencer, Trump's gonna win. Spencer, what did Kamala do when she was vice president? Spencer, what did Kamala do when she was vice president? Like, I don't know who these people are. Yeah, Brandon, can you be my moderator? It would be appreciated. I guess you can't do that. I have to, but you understand what I'm saying. 23 viewers. What else is going on? What's it look like? What's it look like in Florida? Yeah, Trump's going to win Florida by a lot. That's not shocking, but let's look at Virginia. The most remaining votes are from Fairfax and Henrico. it's probably going to end up being bluer than that margin you see there. How do I let you do that, Brandon? How do I add as moderator? Managing moderator or standard moderator? You're a standard moderator. Do you think the book bannings in Florida schools will become worse if Trump is elected? I don't really know what they are now, but I doubt he'll do anything to, stop it. I mean, I don't think if Donald Trump is president, he's gonna, make them any stricter. But I don't know. Thank you, Brandon. This is great. I feel like I have a real operation now. Do we think that those were actual trolls or bots? The one guy who says, "I know you, I go to UVA," I think he just heard me say something about UVA. If it was a real person. Bots. I think, I don't understand how bots work. So I'm not that's what I thought too. I hope these aren't people that I know who are, I don't think they are. Maybe that's true. But what are these people? But what are these people doing? Just like scouring the internet for live streams? Weird. Do you have an opinion on the local school board race? Since I'm voting in Charlottesville, I honestly don't know a lot about the local Norfolk races. Hey, Mariah. Trump stakes. Yeah, Trump stakes is probably going to doom in this time around. I don't know. Oh, we have Senate calls. I'd kind of forgotten about that. Let's see. And then where else? Indiana, I already got. West Virginia, I already got. Any competitive house races been called? Doesn't look like it. My goodness, so much.
I thought I could leave it in there because I was like, what's anybody gonna do with butter? Light it off apparently.
Yeah.
Virginia only D+2. Let me look back at that. I don't know where the local results for those races are. If you, I don't know. Virginia only has 36% in, so I'd imagine it's just not in from the bluest places yet. Also, the New York Times does have the needle. Somebody told me that they wouldn't have the needle. That's not true. Some of those numbers are a little concerning to me, though. Estimated margin Harris plus 5.9. Yeah, like what I had said before is I think Virginia is going to be Harris plus. I had said I think 7 or 8 before. So they think 7 or 6. That's a little less than I thought. Florida. Let's look back at. Let's look at Texas. I haven't looked at Texas yet. Oh, there's not that much in. Trump plus 9.5. That's actually a little more. So, Oh, yeah, shocker. Click Norfolk. Like I don't think this has like the local races on it. I'm not covering the Norfolk local. Caspian. We got Caspian in the chat. Hi, Caspian. You said Iowa. Polls don't close in Iowa until weirdly late. Okay. Craig Schran's micromanaging my stream. Sure, we'll look at the Virginia or the Norfolk. Shoot, where was I? All right, I can't check the local stuff. I can't figure out how. If you want to find that and share it with us, you're welcome to. Toss up in Ohio for Senate or for president. If Kamala Harris wins Ohio at the presidential level, that's ridiculous. And T plus 1.6. See, on the needle thing there, Brandon, the counties remaining are probably going to be pretty conservative, they think, is what they're saying. And it has estimated margin Trump plus 8.4 at the end. That's about what he won by in 2016 and 2020. Taj, that's a very interesting question. I think I'm going to remain nonpartisan, though, I think. It is interesting.
You check in?
Yeah.
I wasn't looking at the needle things before.
No, I'm just incorporating the butter in my
I've been cooking withdrawals, so I end up being a backseat driver when I see other people cook.
Still got 20 people on here. That's good. Let's look at some house races. Okay, not enough in. Anna Paulina Luna won. Her race in Florida. Trump is leading in Georgia pretty bad. What are you looking at? Because, again, like, it just depends what votes have been counted. So right now he's up by 11, but let's go down here. The most remaining votes are in Fulton County and Cobb County, which are both overwhelmingly blue, especially Fulton. So that doesn't necessarily mean that Harris is going to win, but it means it's a lot closer than it is right now. Will be a lot closer than it is right now. No more calls. There's votes in Michigan. Oh, Pennsylvania. I haven't even looked at Pennsylvania yet. Like, where are they getting this number from? Like, not the counted votes, the needle. I feel like there's not enough in. In general, I'm not going to really put a lot of, thought and bearing on things until there's about half the vote in. So there isn't really a state that's been called that I'm comfortable extrapolating, except for Georgia, maybe, and Texas, maybe. That would go to Trump. What? How did the Supreme Court to address? What would go to a Trump-dominated Supreme Court to address? Actually, you're right, whatever you're trying to say. But Trump is posting about New York. Yeah, I'm not looking at Truth Social or whatever you're looking at. So I don't have that up there yet. I feel like there's a lot of dead air all of a sudden. Georgia, same. I mean, what's the margin in New York? Biden went up by like 20, I think. And it'll probably be a little closer, honestly. Probably like Harris plus 17 or 18 statewide. Oh, there aren't even any votes in. What is he saying about New York? What is this Republicans leading by a 20th of a percent in Virginia about? I mean, like a 50th now. Where's that coming from? But Virginia is shifting right, it looks like. That's interesting. Highland County shifted 0.1 points to the left. Oh, I see. The rest of this toss-ups close at 9. I might get up and use the bathroom for a second. Give me 1 minute.
Go ahead and say that, yes.
I was planning on renting a place.
Like I didn't know if you were like at one of the
I know someone who's like graduating, and so it's kind of like a closed meeting, so the landlord doesn't host it, and then they just like kind of get it through. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah. So.
I. And two other choices were either live with people I don't like and on ground fencing, or live in a frat house.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like the I'd be fine with the dorm. I just don't know that many people that I would want to live with. It's like my current roommate, I was just big random. So like, I don't know.
The residential complex, some of the ones you get single.
I'm back.
But it's also harder to get into.
What's been happening since in the 1 minute I was gone? Yeah, Nevada closes late because it's on the West Coast.
Language houses, you have to be studying a language.
No.
I
Oh yeah. Well, I have guests to entertain, and also the bathroom is very close.
The Spanish and French houses you do.
I just thought I was in Spanish. She like does not.
It looks like the shift right in Virginia is real though. That's interesting. And not great. Oh, we got a call in Arkansas.
I know enough.
Also, Rick Scott is won by a lot in Florida.
I can order a bottle. That's what matters. Honestly, that is what works. Not to copy for food, but
No, like the last time I spoke Spanish, it was literally just me saying no pollo. Just some like one of the ladies from the dining hall.
The shift right in Virginia with the Clinton-Trump election was my first sign that things did not look good. Virginia was one of, I think, 3 states that shifted to the left between 2012 and 2016. So I might have to, I don't know, call that one. Let me check before let me make sure I'm not lying. Hillary Clinton won Virginia by 5.3 in 2016. Here's someone asked me something. And in 2012, Obama won it by 3.8. So Virginia shifted left from 2012 to 2016. It was one of the very few. I am fact checking you live.
did we vote blue in 2020?
Virginia has not voted for Republican at the top of the ticket since 2004.
Okay.
Spencer, do you think if Kamala wins in VA, we'll have another Republican governor? Right now, the Republican bench for the Virginia gubernatorial election in 2025 is not good. The leading candidate is Winsome Sears, the current lieutenant governor, and I don't think that she could win statewide, but I could be wrong. I don't know. I didn't think that Glenn Youngkin could win until about a week before, so I have a year to think about that one. I'm looking at the same picture pretty much. Oh, blue New Jersey though. These are not surprises. No call has shocked me yet. Although Virginia and Florida are a little further to the right than I thought they'd be. Not enough in with other states to know. Okay. I wasn't. I don't remember 2016, so I'll give you that. One percent in North Dakota. So where are the votes left in Virginia? That's not what that is. That's up here. So most of the votes in Virginia left are still in Fairfax and Henrico counties, and then a bunch of big suburban counties that are pretty close. Indiana just got called. Indiana got called a little while ago. Indiana's right on my map. I don't know. I'm not. There isn't enough for me to say decisively, but if the few things that I have picked up on look a little better for Trump than I was expecting. But that is not a definitive anything. Kamala Harris leads in Kansas.
Wow, Kansas.
North Carolina, Trump up 16 votes. But what percent is in North Carolina? Yeah, 14. That does not matter. That's funny, though. So where are most votes in North Carolina left are in big blue counties. That could be good. North Carolina could be looking good. Delaware, did Delaware get called? Is that what Elias is trying to tell me? I know the governor's race got called blue at least.
Is this someone on the ticket with the last name Whitehouse?
Sheldon Whitehouse is a senator from Rhode Island.
Oh my God. I love it.
He does not have presidential aspirations.
I still love it.
Looking at what's left in Ohio, you think it's going to be closer than what people thought? It's plausible. So if I had to extrapolate the Seltzer poll, which, again, I don't know if it's right. If I had to extrapolate the Seltzer poll to other states, I would say Wisconsin and also Ohio to an extent, because Ohio and Iowa trend kind of similarly. But the most votes are in from remaining in. Yeah, the votes in Ohio that are remaining are from big blue counties. That's true. We'll see what happens. I don't know. If anything, I still don't think Kamala Harris can win, but that's good for Sherrod Brown. Brandon, have there been any more trolls, or have you been getting them, or has there just not been any? Okay. Thank you, vigilant moderator. Like, how do they have that electoral college estimate thing? Like, what even is that? Like, is that just because like most states polls haven't even closed, or isn't enough to really say anything? I don't know. I take it with a grain of salt. Illinois. I don't know why it's sometimes so dark. Yeah, sure. This was the map I had at the beginning of the stream. But I think any of the Sunbelt states I could take. I mean, obviously they're toss-ups on them. They're not toss-ups, they're tilts, but I mean, functionally toss-ups. I don't think a forecaster should ever predict a toss-up. That's kind of a cop-out, I think. So I went ahead and put them somewhere, but. How do I differ from Larry Sabato and why? Larry Sabato is 70 years old. That's the biggest difference. Also, he's better at this and has been doing it for a lot longer. Oh, you mean in the prediction? I'm an idiot. Excuse me, please. I said he's older. Yeah, Larry Sabato has a mustache. I know. Excuse me. That was regarding the election prediction. He has Arizona and Georgia going to Trump and Nevada going to Kamala Harris. My rationale for the blue Arizona and Georgia were just they've been pretty consistently left trending states, and Nevada's been pretty consistently right trending. So my those calls for me were more in line with like long-term trends than like campaign noise, I think. But I could be wrong. I already have blue Illinois up there. Miles, can you? Never mind. Actually, I can do it. Let me. All the seats in Florida have been called. Democrats have won one of the most competitive districts. What was that? I was saying in Florida. What are the Virginia seats looking like? Nothing shocking. Oh, sorry for the black screen. Thank you. I forget what I have to do. I have to switch over to the tab. Can you explain the organic chemistry next to my map? There was a girl in here earlier doing organic chemistry on the board. That's not me. Thank you, Caspian.
Oh no, that's bio.
What?
That's bio. It's not logo. I mean, it is, but like.
Okay.
For bio.
Well, the guest in the room with me would like to tell you, Craig Strands, that is not organic chemistry. It's from a biology class. So, just.
I mean, it is organic chemistry.
Okay. Okay. Let's look at Georgia again. Nothing much has changed. Pennsylvania, same. Not enough in to say. Miles, can you look at Connecticut's 5th congressional district for me and tell me what Johanna Hayes's margin is if she's already been called? If it's already been called. That's Connecticut 5. Thank you, Miles. What percent is in? And New York hasn't closed yet, but a lot of those races are going to be interesting too. Is there a microwave in here?
There's not.
No.
I think someone stole it.
Okay. Oh, 2% in. No wonder it hasn't been called yet. Did it just go black for a second? Yeah, someone strategically borrowed the microwave. Is my mom moving to Canada if Trump wins? No. She's probably here. She can answer. She goes, I'm not going with her. I probably would. Main second, less than 1% in. I had Jared Golden too. Mom, I agree. I agree with Mom. The difference between 2% in and 6% in is not major. That's just depending on how each network is modeling what they think the total will be. It also could be that one is updating faster, but more likely than not, it's mostly just the first thing. Ohio still the same. What's the Ohio Senate? Yeah. What's that looking like? Okay. Have her look at Halifax, Nova Scotia. It's remarkably temperate and fast growing. Okay. You predicted Blue PA? Yes, I did. So I'd say that's encouraging for Sherrod Brown, although I don't know. Yeah, because not the big cities aren't all in yet. Virginia, 47% in. I'll look at Virginia again. what did I click on? Oh. And if anybody has, the real news up, and they have something that they'd like to add that real reporters are saying, then I'll be. Oh, hi, Mackenzie. We really got quite the crew here, don't we? I can't already be tired. So Trump's. Is he? No, he's not up. No, he is up. He is up by a little bit in Virginia, but that's not going to hold. Where are votes still coming from? Yeah, same thing. Fairfax and Henrico. Yeah, nothing major there. When does my election coverage end? What I said before is when it hits a wall, like probably. I get some coffee. I could if I really need to, I could go to my dorm and get my coffee stuff. But I'm not a coffee. I don't know. I usually just drink coffee in the morning. Just chug water. Does that have the same effect? Here I do have one thing. Special occasion. Don't talk about AP Lang in the chat, please. This is not. I don't care, actually, but not the intended purpose of the programming. I know. I saw that, Brandon. I'm not gonna. I don't think that Kansas stuff is gonna hold. Obviously, although I do think it'll trend left from 2020. Why are there all these AP Lang people in the chat now? Can I give it an endorsement for the next year's Morris Glass dual captain? I haven't been around this year. Obviously, if Miles is already team captain this year, well deserved. But I don't know. I don't know the 2025, 2026 school year. I'm not around to observe what's going on now. No more state calls. It's New Hampshire looking like. Miles, can you look at the New Hampshire gubernatorial race for me? I'm assuming. Actually, I don't know who would be up, Ayotte or Craig. Maybe Craig by a little if I had to guess, but I think Ayotte's going to win in the end. Do you think Drew? Yeah, Drew's good. It's R+2 right now. Okay, if Kelly Ayotte's up by 2 while Kamala Harris is up by 10, I'm pretty sure Kelly Ayotte's going to win. That's what I said, though. That was my guess. I'm not feeling great about my prediction though, honestly, at the moment, if I had to be frank. Okay, this has turned into an AP Lang live stream. You see, I've moved on to bigger and better things. That's what this is. That's what you're watching right now. Harris plus 4. I don't know. I don't exactly know how they calculate these projections, but see, Georgia's getting a lot closer. Not in this weird needle thing they got, but in the raw vote. Just because. See, still, the most votes that have yet to come in are from Gwinnett, which is a big suburban Atlanta county, Chatham, which I think is Savannah, Henry. There aren't any votes in. Is that what that's really saying? Henry County is it's big blue Atlanta suburban. Fulton is Atlanta. DeKalb is Atlanta. Cobb is close to Atlanta. Oh, I meant to be looking at the percents. That's what I meant to be looking at in. And look, and the deep red Trump counties are the ones that have counted the most in Georgia by far. I think it's too early to tell in Georgia. Let's look at North Carolina again. I know there's not that much in still, but maybe a little more. Trump won the state by 1.3, I think. The places where they have votes in. Oh, so that's actually interesting here. I'm looking at the 2020 comparison. Those two counties that shifted left are both in the more mountainous part of the state. So I don't know. I was thinking something with the hurricane, but that wouldn't really make it trend any type of way. It would just be a turnout question. North Carolina, not that much in, though. The counties with the most percent in, again, are big red counties, though. Mostly, at least. Maine just started. Wonder what's this. Georgia went down to R+5. Yeah, I saw that. It's because they're starting to count some votes for Atlanta. Florida was really on their game. What percent is in from Florida? Like 95? Yeah, we're more than 95. Wow. So I can just. Donald Trump won Florida by what? 13. That's big. He only went up by 3.5 in 2020. That's almost a 10-point shift to the right in Florida. But I mean, DeSantis went up by like 22 and 20 for the governorship in the midterm. So make of that what you will. But Osceola County is red. I wonder about Darren Soto's seat then. How far off was I? I had said before, I think I said Florida would be 7 or 8 or 6 or 7 for Trump, but he won by almost double that shift. Bernie Moreno up by 130 votes. Well, where are they still counting from? It's the question. estimated votes remaining. The counties, the places with the highest percent in are all big rural counties. Brown's leading in Delaware. He needs to win there. That's good. Although I'd like to see him up by a little more. Right, Trumbull. See, Trumbull is Youngstown, if I'm not mistaken, and that's an area that's really shifted to the right with Trump. If he's winning there, I don't even think Tim Ryan could win there in 2022. That makes me feel. I feel broadly good about Sherrod Brown's chances at the moment, but I don't know. Polls close at 9. The 9 p.m. poll closings. Is anything in yet? No, obviously. Let's look at Pennsylvania again. What I don't understand is why Westmoreland and those other 2 counties to the south of Pittsburgh. Kamala Harris wins New York. Oh, the New York House races are going to start coming in. That's going to be interesting. There's so much stuff written in on New York that I almost don't have space to color it in for the presidential margin. See, that's the most I can do. What does what mean? Wait, and hang on. There's still a good amount of people paying attention. How do you think people who watched Home Alone 2 and then fell into a 32-year-long coma will vote? I think that those voters are few and far between. But a bunch of states just got called. Probably safe or likely ones, not important ones though. What states got called? A bunch that's what I say. Nothing too shocking. Nebraska. What is that? Nebraska at large, or New York's been called. Delaware, just the Great Plains states. Miles, can you look and see what districts of Nebraska have been called for each respective party? I wish. Oh no, it's off to the side. Excuse me, I didn't see that. It was covered by my face on here where I was looking. So there aren't even any votes. They just called them. Okay. I guess I have to fill them in eventually. Ohio. So Trump's up by 7 in Ohio, and Bernie Moreno's up by 1.1. So what is that? A 7. Hang on. I don't know. I'd like that gap to be a little bigger, but we'll see. Look at some House races again. Virginia 7th, Vindman leads. Virginia 2nd, Kagan's leads, but there's not a ton in. Don Davis is holding up actually fairly well in the first. There's not a lot of vote in some redder counties. Chase Oliver is beating both candidates in New Mexico. Who do I think is winning the presidency? My forecast has Kamala winning, but I don't know. Nothing tonight so far has made me change that yet. But it also nothing else has really reaffirmed it either. I'm trying to get the whole map in. There we go. Polls close in a lot of states. What's in Colorado? Do we have a call in that House district in Indiana yet? No surprising calls anywhere except for in Florida. Some of them. Man, some of these calls in the Florida seats are really, really tight. I'm trying to find Darren Soto's seat. Maybe it was in here. Okay, he won. That's good. But no shocking calls yet. Oh shoot, that's not what I was to click on. Yeah, Irvin's up by a good bit. But there's no votes in from the other two redder counties. Nothing. Votes in Missouri. More in Georgia. The Trump's up by 6 now. Is that what that says? Okay, so Fayette County, which is near Atlanta, it hadn't voted. Ohio just got called for Trump. Not shocking. Just results in Georgia, Virginia. You're calling this for Trump? All right, Mr. Strands. I don't know. I'd say I don't know enough about the Rust Belt yet, because remember, if Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, she's the president. It doesn't matter who's ahead in Georgia. And there isn't enough in those states in yet for me to say, but I will say it's looking a little better for Trump than I thought it would in a lot of places. But again, nothing, too remarkable. But Fayette shifted left. I mean, I don't know. Georgia. what's Virginia look like still? Ohio did get called for Trump. I see that. I'll fill it in a sec. I think he's going to win by a little more than 9. And that makes me worry about Sherrod Brown. Anything could happen. Senate seats in Wyoming and Nebraska got called. Nebraska did they? Oh no, not Nebraska. North Dakota. Oh, that's the governorship. Miles, can you check the North Dakota gubernatorial race for me? I think that's Kelly Armstrong, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. President. I'm interested in some of those House races in Pennsylvania. I wonder how they're going. Seem fine. Still no calls in any of the really competitive seats. Or even in the not really competitive seats, honestly, except for Florida, mostly. D+5 in Kansas, but what percent is in? Yeah, 36%. I mean, I guess it depends where it's coming from. A Trump Kansas loss would really be striking. Percent in. So most of the bluer counties in Kansas have already reported. It's just going to get redder. It looks like Trump's winning Georgia at this point. See, that's the thing is Georgia's just going to keep getting bluer and bluer and bluer as the night progresses. But I agree. It's not looking it's not looking great. Wait. When a state gets called, is that the official no going back ruling, or can it change? Typically, they don't call states unless if they're pretty sure. I mean, in 2000, some networks called Florida for Gore and then had to reverse that, but that's the last time I can think of that, or that's really happened. And I think networks are going to be very cautious. I don't think that there's going to be any reversal of calls. Jill Stein is almost at 0.5%. That's not going to matter. Elliot, I just got a notification on my computer that says high CPU usage detected. What do I need to do to remedy that? D+20 in PA, but that's what I was going to say. Is Pennsylvania's going to get redder and redder and redder because the firewall they've built up in early voting that Democrats have, whereas Georgia's going to get bluer and bluer and bluer. It's not bad. Okay, Campbell, thank you. We're bleeding viewership. That's okay. Live forecast. Oh. Um,
You
introduce.
said high CPU usage?
Yeah. Introduce yourself.
I'm Elliot again.
Okay.
All right. Can you? I'm not sure if this will pop up on the stream or not, but can you just oh shoot, let me put a keyboard in front of me so I know exactly what I'm saying. Could you real quick touch Control Shift Escape, or just go and look
I
up
did it.
Task Manager?
I'm on task
pop
man.
up?
Yep.
Can you hit CPU?
Yes.
What's it looking like? What's the percent usage?
33.
Not like for each core, just as a total.
Like 25.
25? That's not high CPU usage.
It was like at 30.
It sounds like the computer just lied. Is
Okay.
it hot?
A little. It's warm.
That
Elliot.
shouldn't be a problem. Is it plugged in?
Yes. Should I unplug it?
No. I mean, you should just be fine if it's staying under like 80%. You don't have like.
Okay. Elliot's diagnosis
games
is
open
the
in the
computer.
background, do you?
No, I have 4 tabs open with my maps and this in the New York Times.
All right, you should be good then.
Should I unplug it? You think is that part of
No,
it?
as long as it's not like dangerously hot.
It's not dangerously hot.
All right, you should be fine then.
All right, thank
If
you,
anything
Elliot.
else goes wrong, I'm still watching.
All right, thank you, Elliot.
All right, happy to help.
Another great call. Anyone else is also welcome to call in and offer their takes or their thoughts. I have plenty of RAM. That's not the problem. The computer's running fine. It's just I got a notification that said it wasn't. RAM has nothing to do with CPU. You tell them, Miles. Oh, we got to call in Texas and Louisiana, but Texas is more exciting. Streaming, do I have a concern with stream quality? Is Bucks County going red? I don't know. Let me look in a second. I got a color in Texas, so I might be here a little while. I wonder what the I wasn't even looking at Texas, honestly. I wonder what the margins there are. And I wonder about Colin Allred and Ted Cruz. Cruz up 8. Did it get called? What's the presidential margin? Hang on. Let me look at Texas. I haven't been looking at Texas. Texas, Trump leads by 9 at the presidential and Senate up by 6. So that's basically, I said that I thought Donald Trump would win Texas by 6 or 7, and I thought that Colin Allred would lose by 3 to 5. So Osborne up 13. Is that real? How much is in on that race? For those that don't know, Dan Osborne is an independent candidate for Senate who's running against an incumbent Republican. So Osborne up 13, and while Trump is up, how much in Nebraska? Oh, so Miles, Kamala Harris is leading in Nebraska statewide right now. So right now, Kamala Harris is up 10. So if Osborne's only outrunning Trump by 3, that's not good. But I don't know. Not a ton is in. What's Virginia looking like? Virginia still the most votes are in Loudoun. That's interesting. In Loudoun, and all the votes tallied in Fredericksburg and a lot of places. Radford. Okay. But like not a ton of the vote is in like Fairfax and like Richmond City. Maybe Harris will just win Nebraska. Who knows? It's actually already been called, not for her. So I don't know how they made that decision. Well, oh, what's in Miles? What's the North Carolina governor's race looking like? I don't have the gubernatorial thing. Or I don't want to find it, at least. I already have enough stuff going on. Stein plus 16. So if it's Stein plus 16, wow, the presidential is like Trump plus what, 2 or 3? Okay, yeah, there's no chance that. Well, there wasn't a question. I didn't think Mark Robinson had a chance, but the question is just how much he lost by, and it looks like it's going to be a lot. So I don't know who Mike Ross is. So there's North Carolina, but like still, the counties with the most to report. See, like Charlotte only has 10% of their votes in. So like there's not enough in a lot of these states for me to really discern. In Georgia is definitely the state with the most in. And like the states that have all this vote in are very sort of red rural counties for the most part. And then the places with the least in. See, Henry County still doesn't have any votes in Georgia. And that's going to be very favorable to Kamala Harris. Gwinnett, 17. Savannah, the county of Savannah is in only at 6. Have they counted most of Fulton, though, by now? Yeah. Huh. There aren't any polls that close at 9:30, I don't think. What's Tim Kaine looking like in Virginia? What's that margin? I'm assuming he's up, but well, it's not ideal, but I don't that won't hold. I don't think it's going to get blower, just like the state will. What's the mainstream media saying? If anyone else has another tab open, I'm only looking at numbers and saying what comes to mind. I don't know what's Steve Kornacki saying. What's the real news saying? This is better than the real news, but like that's not what I'm saying. I'm not asking if you think this is better. I want to know what the people who have doing this for decades are saying right now, because I don't know. They called the Nebraska a bunch of bomb threats in Pennsylvania. See, like that's somewhat the guy who's saying from Georgia is saying they're saying like that in Atlanta. Like, what is the context of these threats? Like, what are they threats to? Like polling places where the people are counting votes? That's frightening if true. I'll look back at the. It's weird. Let's look at the House again. Still no calls of competitive districts. Really. Only in like Florida. Also still no calls of competitive Senate. And really still no calls in competitive, what's it called? I don't know. Thanks, Taj. Thank you for that. Nebraska 3. Oh, they called Nebraska 3? Is that what you're saying? I'm not surprised. It's like one of the reddest districts in the country. Yeah, thank you for that. But Maine hasn't been called. None of the Maine stuff's been called. North Carolina has a good bit in. I don't fully remember how the vote came in North Carolina in 2020. Because like Pennsylvania is going to get redder, Georgia's going to get bluer. North Carolina is probably going to get a little bluer, if I had to guess. What's it at now? So I will say this, Trump chance of victory, I looked at it and it was 67 about half an hour ago, and then it was 66, and now it's 65. So I don't know what it started at. Also, those are like minor changes in a model that's probably not built to be that scientific. We got more guests joining us. Hey, still going strong.
What's going on with Virginia right now? Trump is up right now.
That's not going to hold.
You think it's gonna go away?
Yeah, it is interesting to me how much it's trended right, though. You know, right now Trump leads in Virginia by 1.2. The New York Times estimated margin is Harris plus 4.6, which I thought it was going to be more than that, honestly. Right now, the most votes to be counted in.
Oh, did they call Rhode Island and all of them?
Yeah. I need to update these bars over there. I didn't really pay it. Right now, the most votes, the places with the least in are the city of Hampton, which will be blue, the city of Richmond, which will be blue, the city of Chesapeake, which will be 50-50, Henrico, which will be blue. I'm trying to find a lot of smaller red counties. I'm trying to find Fairfax in here because I don't think they've counted a ton of it.
They haven't counted. It looks like they haven't counted a ton of Nova yet.
Two-thirds of Fairfax is in, but that's not all of Nova. No, I think Lean D Virginia was not on my bingo card, but it doesn't matter if she wins it by 1 vote or 1 million votes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sure.
She wins it.
Yeah.
What about North Carolina? I think she might pull North Carolina off.
It's very possible. What I was saying before is I don't remember in North Carolina what how the voting changed. Right now Trump's up by about 3.5. And the most votes left are from like Charlotte though. So
that could change.
I think it'll get bluer. The question is just how much.
Yeah. Georgia, I don't think she has.
I don't know. Georgia's almost all the votes left are going to come from the Atlanta metro.
So you could put her over.
Yeah.
She's down a lot right now, right?
She's down by 5. I mean, she's down by 5 with 76% in, but most of the votes left are going to be for her. New York Times says she has a 25% chance of winning, which is a quarter. I mean, that's not nothing. And I think I do think it's plausible that they're underestimating how much the Atlanta suburbs are going to shift left. I don't know. I'd say it's more favorable than Trump for him than it was before I saw the numbers, but still not a done deal, definitely.
Yeah.
Spencer, how worried are you that I'm going to base – how worried am I? That's how you're going to base your worry? Well, I'll tell you, I'm a little worried. So you should be a little worried, but not a lot worried.
That makes me feel really worried.
And you know what? I don't want to already start going through all the stages of grief, but if Donald Trump is the president, the world does not end. I think it's important to remember that. Stay grounded, everybody. CNN is saying that Trump's staying fairly consistent as he did in 2020. All right, well, then we're looking for a very, very close race. Spencer, big news. Give me the big news, Miles. D plus 15 in Iowa, but how much is in Iowa? Tess was in here for a minute.
She's really stressed too.
Don't be stressed. Only 11% in. The estimated margin for Trump is plus 8.6 in Iowa. Miles, almost all of the votes in Iowa are from like Des Moines. Yes, it matters how much. It's not that it matters how much is in, it matters where that vote is in from. It's about the same amount as Seltzer polled. So who says that? There's not enough vote in Iowa to make any reasonable assumptions. And like none of the House races are getting called. So,
I know.
but a lot of people aren't watching the House races, though. I get
Like,
it.
everyone's just
That's
watching.
not priority for a lot of people. R plus 3 in Ohio Senate. Yeah, it looks like Sherrod Brown might lose. Where are the votes left in Ohio? I don't know. The votes that are left are. I don't know. And then when I'm looking for Cuyahoga. That's so in Ohio. Brandon, the county where Cleveland is, only 35% of it is in. I'm looking for Franklin, where Columbus is, only half is in. Hamilton, Cincinnati, that one's gonna be a lot closer, but same thing, like only half is in. So I don't think there's enough vote in Ohio from the big cities to make any reasonable deductions. Although he's not leading in Delaware anymore, I don't like that. Not Delaware the state, Delaware County.
She's not leading anymore.
This is Sherrod Brown. This is the Senate race. What were you saying about VA2, Miles? Cuyahoga's Akron? I thought Summit was Akron. It could be both too, potentially. They cross lines. Okay, go for it. If anyone else wants to come, they can.
Yeah, we're stress watching a movie.
Oh, Sarah, you tuned in up there to the?
I am.
Oh.
I'm watching CNN live right now.
Okay. I'm not going to tell the Ohioan that they're wrong about the counties, but I'm pretty sure Cuyahoga's Cleveland. So we really don't know enough about Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to, I think, make any reasonable deductions about the election. Because remember, if Kamala Harris wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, she's the president. It doesn't matter what happens in Georgia and North Carolina. Yes, Cuyahoga Falls is in that part of the state. It's a national park, I think. When does Arizona start counting? I think polls close at 10 or 11 in Arizona. Probably 10. But it's going to take a really long time. We're probably not going to have regardless of who wins, we're probably not going to have a call out of Arizona for Nevada for, I don't know, 3 or 4 days at least. Let's look at Georgia again. So it was Trump plus 6. No, it's Trump plus 5. And I feel like the percent in hasn't really changed that much. I still think Trump is favored, but narrowly. Same thing in North Carolina. The counties with the what is this? The counties with the most so some shifts in North Carolina. So the mountains getting bluer. Rural parts of the state getting redder. But rural areas shifting right isn't shocking. There's a lot of little red arrows on this map, but that's because the big cities haven't finished counting, so there isn't enough for them to be on this little infographic thing. Dem leads in all those states. Yeah, but that's because so in the Rust Belt, states are going to get redder and redder because Democrats have a big firewall from early voting in those states. So I don't know. I take it. I don't know. Ohio. Wait, hang on. Let's look at Virginia again. So Trump's still up in Virginia. That's very surprising to me. Percent in. But same thing, like the most votes that are in are from very red areas. And then Henrico and Richmond and yeah. %50 of Kansas in and D plus 0.6. But the question is not necessarily what percent is in, it's where is that coming from? Hang on, where'd I go? Hang on. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Where's I about to go? Steinway, North Carolina. Excellent. You know, I was going to go to North Carolina for the summer and see if I could work for Josh Stein's campaign because I thought that Mark Robinson was such a frightening figure. But it turns out that he was perfectly capable of defeating himself. Fortunately, they didn't need me. Okay, I'll fill in the blue North Carolina bubble though. What's the Maryland Senate race looking like? D plus 12. Yeah, there's no way. I don't think they're going to the shot. Nebraska. Yeah. I don't think. No, Jill Stein is not the governor of North Carolina. I think that Dan Osborne is in some trouble, Miles. I don't see it. I think like most of the votes that are the counties with the most votes in are like the bluest. I know he's not a Democrat, but still, most of his votes are going to come from Democrats. But I don't know. Anything could happen. It's possible. Pennsylvania, who's in it? Do they do that shift thing? Yeah, they do, but only one county has enough votes in. Miami-Dade County shifted 19 points to the right from 2020. Florida's already gone. Moreno plus 3. My thoughts. Let's see. I mean, there's a reason they haven't called it. But the fact that Bernie Moreno's up by 2 in Delaware County does not make me feel good. What does make me feel good is how much vote is left in the big cities. Franklin County, where Columbus is, only 55% in. Cuyahoga, where Cleveland is, only 35% in. Hamilton, where Cincinnati is going to be a little redder, but still only 42% in there. Montgomery, is that Dayton? I forget. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I don't think Ohio. I think Bernie Moreno, if he wins, it's not going to be by quite that much. I don't know. Let's go back to Georgia. Shoot, why do I keep clicking on the wrong thing? Still almost no change. The most votes left are from, hang on. Are still no votes in from Henry? Hang on. Is Henry? Okay, no, Henry. Okay, no, Henry reported. Is there a way to see pop vote, the national popular vote on New York Times? Well, that's not really going to be useful until the end of the night when we have all the states, really. But I don't know is the answer. Google it, it comes up. Miles says Google it. Stein at 0.4. What does that mean? Up by 0.4? Oh, Jill Stein, you mean now. Okay. Trump winning popular vote by 4 million, but that's not going to hold. I mean, there isn't a single vote in from California. It doesn't matter who wins the national popular vote. Sorry for eating. I apologize. Hold on, what else we got going on here? Still no competitive House races have been called. Yeah. No calls except for the Senate, except in Florida. Ted Cruz leads Colin Allred by 7. Thoughts on faithless electors? I don't know. If the electoral college margin is close, then I'm sure someone could get offered a lot of money to throw it one way or the other. But I don't know. The National Popular Vote Interstate Compact is what Brandon is talking about. I don't know. Let's not talk about potential policies right now. We got enough real-time politics happening. Excuse me. That's true, Miles. That's true. What else is going on? I mean, this isn't just shit. Nothing shocking so far to me, except Florida was a little redder, quite a bit redder than I thought it would be. But Florida's also weird. I don't think that's representative of any trends. If anything, Florida being so Republican. Actually, I don't know. Never mind. What if there's a real quick national popular vote interstate compact ratification before the result? Not going to happen. We're kind of hitting a little bit of a wall. Trump plus 0.2 in Wisconsin. But that's not the margin. That's just the prediction they have. Plus 0.8 in Pennsylvania. Like, I don't know where they're pulling these numbers from. I don't know. Excellent live stream to sow to. Thank you, Caspian. I'll shade it in Texas a little more. Well, I don't know if anything's been called. There's a wall. Looks like it's Wordle time. New York Times Connections time. I really don't play these games. But sure, why not? If you're going to play a game, it should be GeoGuessr. Listen, I would play GeoGuessr. Oh, shoot, my sticker. I would play GeoGuessr, but now there's a paywall. So I haven't paid for GeoGuessr. So I don't know. You'll let me know if anything changes. Sure, I'll play the world for people. Is that really what people want? Oh, Alex Hallberg back in the chat, looking like a Trump sweep. Okay, Alex. No, I think Trump is favored right now in the states where there's enough in. There's not enough in Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin to know. And I think that, again, if Kamala Harris wins those 3 states, she's the president. So, I mean, it's looking a little better for Trump than I thought it would, but certainly not enough to make any calls or any. I don't know. I've changed my mind. I'm not going to play Wordle. I'll play Wordle on my phone. I'm not going to divert all of the stream's attention to that. Hang on. It's Virginia. Trump still leads in Virginia, but not that much more has been counted. Trump was 10 in Texas. It's not ideal. Oh, sorry. Sorry for the screen. It's okay. I wasn't doing anything interesting. You can see now, right? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you, Elliot. We got sudden surge in viewership. It's going up, going up. I wonder if someone's sending the link around somewhere. Whew. Does anyone have any more questions or anyone else see anything interesting? Or any updates from the mainstream media? Yeah, Family Guy clip in the morning. Yeah, half of me can be half of it. This half of the screen can be me doing this, and the other half can be Subway Surfers for the pineapple on pizza. You know, I'll honestly eat anything. I would never order pineapple on a pizza, but if somebody gave me pineapple on a pizza, I'd eat it. I mean, that's the answer. When you say she only needs the 3 states to win, can you talk about what that's based on? It's based on, Well, assuming she holds likely Democratic states like Virginia, New Hampshire, and Minnesota, winning Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin would give her enough electoral votes to get to 270 exactly. So, I mean, obviously, she needs California and like states like that, and New York to win too. But in terms of swing states, assuming all the like likely states stay where we think they will, which I have no reason to think they won't, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin have enough votes to get her to 270. Virginia, still not enough to make a call. How's Tim Kaine doing? Outrunning Harris by like 3 or 4. That's about what I expected. We need overly large, colorful captions. Let's look at Iowa again. What percent is in Iowa? Only 12. Never mind. It's not going to be anything interesting there. Still no calls in the competitive House races. Yeah, Minecraft parkour. I'm tracking the most competitive districts. No surprises there, though. I feel like I should be doing something more interesting, but there's really not much happening. Oh, what is this screen? Okay, nothing shocking about the screen. Origin by county. That's kind of interesting, I guess, but and shift from 2020. That is a screen I don't like as much. But again, it's because the rural counties have counted faster and there's enough votes in for them to calculate this. So how accurate do I think the needle is? Somewhat accurate. I don't know. It's a probability. It's not predicting a winner or loser. So even if it you can say it's 100% accurate, even if it only has them at a 1% chance, because that's still saying they could win. I don't know. What's that Indiana seat looking like? Yeah, Mervin's still up. Do you have new stuff to update your prediction map? Well, obviously I could update my prediction map, but that would not be fair to the prediction element of it. This is results. And honestly, I don't want to undermine my my prediction map. I had a less good feeling about Georgia and Arizona in the past week than I did when I made the map, but just broadly, I didn't want to change it for whatever reason, and I didn't. That was still my prediction. So. Could you make a results map? Yeah. I definitely could. I mean, that's kind of, I know that this is not what you mean, but I think that, the New York Times, this map I think is pretty, this map is what you want. And I agree with most of the stuff it has on it. So, if you want me to do it in that software that I had the forecast maps on before, I guess I could. Man. Of all the, I'm assuming you mean polls closed, Taj, and no. Polls in some parts of Alaska don't close until like 2:00 in the morning. When does DC start counting? I also would have thought that they would have been done by now. That's an excellent point, Miles. They should have started counting, I feel like. And it says in 2020, 69% of votes in DC were reported by noon on Wednesday. Or in 2022, 80% were. So I don't know. Maybe DC doesn't feel the need to count very quickly because no one's watching them. Thank you, Natalie. Huh. What else is going on? Do you have new stuff to update your prediction map? Wait, never mind. Still 60% in Ohio. My computer's almost charged. I'm gonna unplug it and move it back to where you can easily see everything that's happening, and I'm in the corner like it was in the beginning. Something like that. That should be good for keeping your computer cool. That's not an issue anymore. Thanks for the insight. Huh. No, I have not seen West Wing. I've seen episodes of it, but not the whole show. It's on my I have so many things I need to see. That's definitely on the list. Miss Dixon told me I need to watch The West Wing. Who's Brent Peterson? Should I know who that is? I don't. What's going on? I should know who that is. Sorry. Stop looking at that upsetting map. Let's look at a big, broader picture. He's a candidate for president? I don't know. I don't know who these people are. Well, Utah. 6 electoral votes for Donald Trump. Not a shocker, though. Certainly. The margin in Utah could be interesting, since Utah is broadly left trending long term. But definitely not tonight. How do you think America is being viewed? This election is being viewed outside of America? It's a great question. You'd have to ask a non-American, I think, to really know. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. Huh. So, Phil Scott voted for Harris. Good for Phil Scott. I don't know. Has my prediction for a Harris win been swayed? I'd say it went from leaning Harris to toss up. I don't think there's a clear favorite. I never thought there was a clear favorite, but I thought Harris had the edge. No, I really have no idea. We don't know enough about Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania for me to say anything. Although I do think, I don't know. Harris is still up in Iowa. Yeah, but again, where are those results coming from is the question. Des Moines County is not where Des Moines is. That's confusing. Des Moines and Polk. But like the blue counties have already sent in most of their votes. When do the final results come in? That's a good question, Taj. My guess is probably in 2 days, 3 days. I'm not going to be on the live stream for 72 hours, but coming up on 4 hours on the live, going strong. We just hit 4 hours officially on my little counter up in the corner. I'll go to at least midnight, but we'll see. Why don't I go ahead and fill in those bars a little bit? 80, 114. You're getting anxious, Stella? I mean, I don't know. You can be anxious if you want to, I guess. My broad perspective is we still don't know enough. And what's the Senate at? 47-36. Presidential margin 198.99. Oh, a bunch of polls. A bunch of Trump winning Iowa by 0.3. Virginia's not going to vote for Donald Trump. Arizona counting now. Trump and Harris seem to be tied in Arizona. Gallego up 8. That's expected. Good for, yeah, I think tied Arizona is fine. Oh, Arizona actually is a decent bit in. Okay. Let's look at Arizona. So I think the question is, what votes are in from Maricopa? Well, Harris leads by 2. Hang on. Because I want to see how much did Biden win Maricopa by? Biden won Maricopa by 2.17 points. Right now, Kamala Harris leads by 2. So I think she's on track to do better than expected in Arizona. That's good. But again, not enough known for sure. Pennsylvania. Huh. And I did say Pennsylvania was going to get redder. We'll see. We'll see what happens. So in Virginia, they just still haven't counted votes in bluer areas. This Trump lead is not going to hold. Oh, see, a bunch of votes just came in Virginia. Trump up 4.8 in Georgia, but what's the same thing? It was 5 before. I guess it's rounding up, but 84% in. Yeah. But still, almost no votes in from Gwinnett and Savannah and some of the bigger ones have. Georgia's probably looking rough, I guess, at this point. But oh, Angela also Brooks won in Maryland, beat Larry Hogan. Good for her. No, I think Harris will get Virginia. I'm almost certain of it, actually. You know, there's not much in the Montana Senate, though. Yeah, no. if this is the final Montana Senate map, no, I don't know. Obviously, not enough into. I don't know who Robert Barb is. Harris up 4.1 in Michigan. Yeah, I still think she's going to win Michigan. What is the needle saying in the Rust Belt? I'll look at that a little bit, but I don't want to read too much into it. So I don't know. Ours up 5 and on Ohio Senate. Yeah, it might be it for Sherrod Brown, but I don't know. It's not called yet, definitely. Oh, so we got some calls. Call Missouri and Montana. I'm in Colorado for Harris. Someone said that in the chat, I think, but I didn't. I thought that they were just saying it's leaning. I didn't realize it was called. Hannah. There's Montana's 4 electoral votes there. Oh, Colorado for Harris. Okay, that's something, I guess. Trump up 1.4 in Wisconsin. So what I was reading about Wisconsin earlier today or yesterday was that Milwaukee, the city of Milwaukee, but Milwaukee County does not report their early votes until like 1 o'clock in the morning for some reason. So I don't know. Make of that what you will. I really don't think we know enough about any of the Rust Belt states. Pennsylvania 51. What's Pennsylvania looking like? Trump up 9. Harris leads in Scranton, Lackawanna. That's somewhat interesting, I guess. So a lot of the like Philly suburbs aren't in yet, and those are probably going to be pretty good for her. The actual, I want to see actually Allegheny. See, Philadelphia is half in. Where's Allegheny? That's Pittsburgh. I don't know how much is in there. Senate, no calls there. House, has there been any competitive House races called? No, no one's even looking at the House. Thanks for the updates, Taj. Huh. Oh, and Arizona's first. Shaw is up by a good bit, though. That's good. I'm in AZ6 this commodity stuff. That tracks. That tracks. I did not mean to click on that. Look at some. I was third, D plus 8. So Democrats might do a lot better than expected, honestly, in some parts of Iowa, but maybe not to the extent of the Seltzer poll. Vindman leads in the 7th. Keegan's leads, but almost none of the vote is in. Rebecca Cook leads in Wisconsin's 3rd. That's somewhat interesting. Trying to look and see if any of these even have a good bit that result in. Christian Angle's up now. Arizona 6th. More calls. Georgia at 85, Virginia at 70. Georgia. So most of Atlanta's in now, except for Gwinnett and Chatham. No, I still think Virginia's going blue. Let's go back and look at Virginia again. Yeah, Virginia's not voting for Trump. But it is a lot closer than 2020. Yeah. Let's look at North Carolina. Again. Trump up by 6, but where are the votes coming from? The votes left to be counted. The most votes that still have to be counted are from Wilmington, Charlotte, Fayetteville. Harris is up in Arizona. That's very interesting. It reaffirms my initial take. Polling is really messed up this cycle because Arizona was her worst state in polling. She's still up by 2 in Maricopa, which is about how much Biden won up by. I don't know how they do. Virginia Beach is R+6. Yeah, that's voted for Biden barely. She's like, yeah. So Virginia Beach voted for Biden. Chesapeake voted for Biden. People don't realize that. Maybe not this time around, though. If it had been up 0.6, yeah, it tracks. I think I'm going to use the bathroom again. Give me a second. All right. So I feel like this trend map with the arrows is misleading because the big counties haven't counted all their votes yet. And you can see around Atlanta there, like the Georgia, the Atlanta metro, it's still like suburban areas are shifting left still, and rural areas are shifting right in Florida. What's the Montana, or excuse me, Missouri Senate looking like? Hawley only leads by 2. I don't think that's going to hold, but. Does anyone have any specific questions, or someone wants to call me again, they can call me again. So 91% in Georgia. So before it was like Trump plus 5, now it's like Trump plus 3.3. So it is shifting left, maybe just not enough. Fair enough. Gwinnett, 78. Henry. The counties with the lowest percent in are Harris up in VA. Yeah, like that was the Trump lead was a little what's it called? Surprising, but I knew it wasn't going to hold. Yeah. Broadly, not much. Hey.
Yeah, we're from visitors now.
That's fine. Oh, yeah.
You gotta talk us off a ledge, gang, because like we're kind of scared.
So tell me what you're scared about first, so I can.
But we're good. Virginia's gonna turn blue. Virginia's obviously the vote's turned over. You think she's winning? I think she might win North Carolina.
Let me look. I haven't looked at North Carolina in a minute.
He just took the lead
This
in
is so
Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
Trump just
Thank
took the
you.
lead in
Take
Pennsylvania.
all the pictures you want. What?
What? Trump just took the lead in Pennsylvania.
Did he?
Yeah, but like that's expected right now. They're counting all the rural areas. Also, only like 20% of Philly's in right now,
Yeah.
and people are still in line to vote in Philly.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
When did it close?
Well,
They closed at 8, but if you're in line, you get to vote.
Oh, wow.
That's astounding, actually. I don't.
Yeah, no, I'm just staring at it in anticipation. I'm probably not gonna like go to bed tonight.
Oh, none of us. We might be pulling an all-nighter and
I
not
swear
going
to God,
class
like I'm
tomorrow.
gonna be in
That's
class.
a bad call for your mental.
Try myself.
Mental health.
California polls close to shoot. They can just be like right away. Okay, she's from
Okay,
California.
and yep.
No, my parents are so funny though, because like literally, like they're stressed, like they see me stressing, and even though like they didn't even vote for her, they're like, she's gonna win though. Like she's gonna win. They
Oh.
keep saying that.
My friend Miles has informed me that Decision Desk HQ is called North Carolina for Trump, but that is not
That
all.
can't be possible. Charlotte's not even in yet.
Oh, that's true. That's I don't know. Decision Desk HQ isn't the only one that calls races, but it's not great.
No, CNN's been saying it's too close to call.
I agree. I agree that's too
Never will
close.
I ever live in a red state.
Like,
Are you making cookies?
yeah, you can have one.
I might. I got that, but then I didn't eat it, and now it's cold.
Do you have a microwave?
Upstairs.
I do
It'd probably be
upstairs.
soggy though.
I'm also like,
What's going on? Yo, I haven't even been paying attention to like Senates and like.
that's because they're like not counting them.
Oh,
There's been like no surprises.
Did you hand all that map?
I did, yes.
That's so impressive.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, but it's not
I
clear.
need to make sure I'm on the so you can see the map.
Rip. Does that make sense?
R plus 3 in Georgia with 93% in. Yeah, I see that.
With what?
I said R plus 3 in Georgia with 93% in, but when it was like 84, it was like R plus 6. It's going to be nail. It's going to be very close, but I'd say I'd give Trump the edge, definitely. Miles already talking about 2028. I don't know about that. I'm not ready to start thinking about 2028 yet. She's doing better in Arizona,
I was looking at
Wow.
Midnight.
Okay.
for that's worth.
Rinse some and then you can do it.
Yeah, that's okay. Sorry. Don't know where those came from.
Yeah. I haven't gone to Pittsburgh yet.
Oh shit.
Okay. Well, I don't like to go.
So Michigan is the reddest. That's weird. Okay, so what I immediately noticed about this map
I forgot Curtis on the phone.
is Wayne County down where the like likely red looking county where that has the Detroit bubble on it doesn't make sense. There must not be like any vote in from Wayne. That's why.
Oh yay.
Yeah, Trump plus 24 with 1% in. Okay. You feel like the Florida 13-point Trump margin is a telling sign? Florida's a weird. I mean, it could be. I'm not saying that that's wrong, but there isn't a state where I'm like, well, if Florida went that way, then this state probably will too. Maybe Texas, but it's already been called. Did they call Texas Senate yet?
You got us flowers?
No.
Aw.
It's okay. I'm just have been chilling out. I took like such a long.
Still no calls in any of the competitive House races. Doesn't Florida flip flop almost every election? I mean, it's pretty right trending now. How much is Vindman up? 1.5. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Which is Kiggins up. Kiggins is up 10, but what if they not counted? I bet they've counted all the rural and not the. They still have to count the bulk of Virginia Beach and Chesapeake, so that's going to make it a little bluer, but not much. Maybe, unfortunately. We'll see. We'll see what happens. How much of Northampton is in? 84%. Pennsylvania and Georgia decide this election. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, Georgia, Josh Hawley won. What's the margin there? That's not a shock, but where is it? Missouri. It only leads by 4 now, but I doubt that's going to stay that way. Regardless.
Oh, I would rage. I'd fucking rage. I'm so glad my whole family is Democrat, but I almost wish that one person was, because if they're my family, I could go absolutely fucking ham on them.
Okay.
And like, I don't have to be respectful. Go ham on Olive, bro. You did. You did? What? I'll tell. Yeah.
My dad, every time I talk about my dad,
Here, I think that this that Nate Cohn update is very, very apt of my feelings about the race right now. We don't know in the Rust Belt. Not many votes counted there. But it's not looking great, I'd say, if I were Kamala Harris, if I'm being honest. But still, not enough to say for sure.
I got corn. Girls like juice laundry. Well, is it not juice laundry? No, ma'am.
Need to go to the gym tomorrow.
When are you coming back? 'Cause don't you have like 9:30 class?
Let's see what the subreddits are saying.
Well, I kept thinking that like I was gonna have my Tuesday classes tomorrow. And I was like, that's so hard because I don't have anything to do. I was like, wait, no.
Yeah, yeah, no, I'm so
Hmm.
glad I'm only gonna be up like early in my bed.
Not
Totally
much.
will too.
Not much.
Yeah, we say it looks a lot too. It's the thing that I
3 a.m. is the least.
538 subreddit is dooming.
No.
We say look a lot. We say look.
Oh, yeah, right.
It's so funny.
Oh, fuck.
But yeah.
Exactly like that.
But, what is it? Yeah, no, we can, definitely go to the gym tomorrow.
Let's put into like.
Ted Cruz, did they call the Senate in Texas?
Yeah, I think we need to.
No, not yet, but that's not going to be. Ted Cruz is going to win.
I've just been chilling, we've been chilling in Seattle. I've been like, just like pacing around in my room, folding my clothes, like doing everything, like stress cleaning. I just have to like stay.
Um,
Are they like, where are the guys right now? Are they just in one of those?
if Donald Trump is the president, life goes on. You know,
Why? How are you saying he's not the president?
it's possible that he wins. It's possible that he won yesterday, but
Go away, go away.
You didn't go in Delaware.
oh, thank you. How could I miss such a
How could you?
powerful stronghold?
Hey, that's 3 votes.
It is.
Okay. I'll stay on the phone with my friends that actually loves me, unlike you.
Did you say Tanner? Okay.
No, I guess. I'll wake you up.
Huh.
Oh, I forgot you.
Still no calls in the House, and not that matter anyway. Almost nothing in the Senate.
And Virginia's leaving blue. I was leaving red. We'll be back.
Okay, you're welcome back. Okay, so I don't know if you just saw that, but Michigan shifted from leans Trump to toss up. I think the Rust Belt is still very much up in the air. I think it's going to be closer than I thought it was, maybe by a little bit, but. What's Pennsylvania looking like? Still a toss up. So the Pennsylvanian who was just in here with me told me that there's still people in line in Philadelphia to vote because even if you're in line when the polls close, you can still vote. I don't know if that's true, but if it is, that could be a late surge for Kamala Harris, I guess. I don't know. When do you think we'll know for sure? Probably. If Trump picks up in the Rust Belt, probably by tomorrow or the next day. If the Rust Belt stays tight, maybe in a couple or a few days. Arizona. What's the margin in Maricopa? Still Harris up 2. So not all a ton in. Pima about half in. Yeah. So tight, yeah. Let's look at Virginia again. What's going on there? Still a Harris win. Yeah. Kelly Ayotte wins the governor's race in New Hampshire. That is the first actually competitive call of the night. And it's what I thought would happen, but I don't think the rest are going to turn out that way. Maybe we'll see. Miles, can you check for me how much is Kelly Ayotte up by right now in New Hampshire? They still haven't called that one House seat in Indiana that I keep looking back to. Oh, we have one competitive House seat call in New York's 18th. Pat Ryan is going to win by maybe double digits. That's yes, New Hampshire Gov, Miles. R+6. Okay. So the first competitive House seat call is in Democrats' favor in New York. Democrats actually are looking really good across the board in New York's House races, but that could change too. Oh, a lot of the vote in Ohio 9. Oh, all right. We got a caller on the line. All right, introduce yourself and tell us where you're calling from.
This is Brandon calling from Ohio. Your live fact checker.
Oh, yeah.
You can vote when the polls close if you're in line.
Yeah.
100% can.
No, I wasn't doubting that. I was doubting the fact that there's still people in line in Philadelphia.
As far as I can tell, I mean, no one's reporting on it, but
I feel like that would be big news. I don't know.
I looked it up. There's nobody. If it is true, there's nobody like covering it on the news. But what I have found is Georgia, Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin were all targeted with bomb threats.
Like, by who?
I haven't actually read that far.
Yeah, that's a pretty important part.
Yeah, right. Threat of terrorism. I mean, they no factual basis whatsoever. I mean, it's just like they're just saying a bomb threat happened right now, but I don't think they've released as of
No investigations. Well, I don't.
Just sent via email.
Well, I don't like all the bomb threats. That's not good.
Yeah. Counties that were targeted in Pennsylvania include Bucks, Chester, Delaware, and Philadelphia.
Okay, so it seems like I don't see the logic for a Democrat to want to shut down the polling places where Democrats win.
Yeah.
You know, bomb threats are one thing. Bomb explosions are another thing. So let's hold out that does not happen.
Sure.
All right. Do you have any other updates? Thanks for the call.
No, I just wanted to call you. I miss you, Spencer. It's been a while.
Oh, thank you. I miss you too.
All right. I'm going to continue doing the programming homework.
Okay. Bye, Brandon.
Bye.
All right. Yeah. Martin Heinrich won New Mexico. That was like a likely Senate seat for Dems. Did they call the state for Harris yet? If not, they should soon. They did not. And no more calls on this map. Osborne's still up 4. So so Kamala Harris is up 4. Kamala Harris is up 2 in Nebraska. Oh, that's Nebraska's first. Statewide in Nebraska, Donald Trump is only up 3. That's not going to hold. If Osborne is only outrunning Kamala Harris by 7, that's not good. He can't win with that. But hey, who knows? Oh, Kansas. Not shocking. I'll say I have a broadly good feeling about the Rust Belt. Honestly. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, but. Oh, Donald Trump has won the state of Iowa. Jan Selzer. No, Iowa. None of my calls or Larry Sabato's calls have been proved wrong yet. All tied up in Arizona. Yeah. That. Okay, let's look at those Arizona House races again. Okay, maybe not enough in. Maybe not enough in. Arizona, 53% of the vote in, and it's neck and neck. But they think most of the votes are from Trump favorable areas. I don't know why they think that. I don't. Arizona's hard to analyze like that because so much of the vote comes from Maricopa. Like you can see, like Maricopa's halfway in, but because Maricopa is so much of the state, it generally mimics the state as a whole. So you don't know where in Maricopa County those votes are in, at least with this, what I'm looking at. In Philadelphia, 2/3 in. Pittsburgh, almost all in. A lot of the big suburban counties don't have much in, though. And Harrisville, Lackawanna. Some say for that, I guess. Virginia, D+1. It's just going to get bigger. Her lead there. Here, I should say. How's Sherrod Brown doing? Let's check on him. Sherrod Brown's not doing great. Although, again, less than half the votes are in from the county where Cleveland is. It's the bluest part of the state. So I don't know. If Trump wins, what's his cabinet going to look like? Elon Musk, David Goggins, and Joe Rogan. I don't know. That's a good question. NYT has all the toss-ups going red. Yeah. Does it now? Pennsylvania's a toss-up and nothing yet in Nevada, but yeah. All right. Well. What else is going? Alex, Natalie agrees with you. For what it's worth, I do feel broadly good about a Democratic flip in the House. Although they're not, like, none of these races are being called or counted. I still think Jerry Golden will win, though. How is it possible for Harris to win North Carolina at this point? Let's look. Let's see if it is possible, I think. I mean, obviously it's possible because it hasn't been called yet. All right, so Trump leads in the popular vote by, what's that, 2.5? Yeah, 2.5. Okay, well, that's not a good sign. But most of the votes are in from Charlotte now. The places without votes in are Alamance County, that's where Burlington is. Pender County, that's rural southeastern North Carolina. Wilson, that's rural northeastern North Carolina. Randolph and Rockingham are going to be two very red counties. Cumberland is Fayetteville. That'll be pretty blue. Montgomery, I guess North Carolina will probably get a little bluer, but not much. Yeah, what's Kornacki saying, Alex? Has he talked about the Milwaukee early vote and how it still hasn't come in yet? Georgia is once the needle goes into very likely. Oh yeah, what's he saying from 2016, 2020, and now? You said it's not looking great, so I can assume. But also Harris won Maine's first. Saying about early voting with the blue collar counties are trending like 2016. Okay, I assume you mean in Pennsylvania. And Michigan. Okay. Hang on. President 210, 113. I'll update the big bars again. $210, 113. Senate. And I don't think we've had any more Senate calls. Yeah, so it's about the same. House 142.94. That looks about right. Well, I have a feeling that this is going to drag on for a while. Nebraska District 1 is D plus 1.3. Yeah, but I'm assuming most of the votes in are only from Lincoln. I think there's that Lancaster County. Yeah, Lancaster. And a little bit of, and some Sarpy, I guess. It's just actually not that much even in Lincoln. I mean, what is that? What did it say? 44%.
We need a return.
I smelled them.
I know,
So
it smells good.
thank you. Yeah, it does.
He said, we don't have an oven mitt, so how are people like doing this? Is that wine? Oh, it smells good. How do we do this?
If you want to use my sweatshirt, you can. Oh, we got a caller. All right.
Oh,
Hello?
Introduce yourself and say where you're from to the stream.
My name is Alex Hallberg from Norfolk, Virginia.
All right, Alex.
It seems like you need a little bit more human interaction. This is dragging out for a while.
Yeah. Well, thank you for calling.
Yeah.
I'm feeling the same. Maybe we can get the Pennsylvanian back for some analysis.
Oh yeah.
But No, it's dragging on for a while. People are asking questions, but people are asking.
It'll be so quick.
I don't know. People. I feel like
Boom, boom.
there's not a lot. There's not a lot going on. That's why I'm not. There's not that much happening.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna play Wordle. I don't know who suggested that, but I'm not gonna do that.
I mean, I'm looking at the Senate. I mean, the Senate doesn't look. I mean, I don't think anybody thought it was going to look.
No, and well, most of the seats in the Senate that have yet to be called are safe Democratic.
Yeah.
It's probably gonna be 52-48 by the end of the day. Which Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins are the two most powerful people in Washington. That's not the end of the world, but
I texted Miles earlier today before the stream began. I said the Democrats are going to win the House. I thought like 5 to 6 seats, and I thought they were all going to come from New York pretty much. So I'm hoping that still happens.
yeah, well, the one competitive House seat has been called, except for the Florida ones. Literally only one, and it's New York's 18th, and Pat Ryan is crushing it. So if that holds for the rest, you're right. And apparently, and Ohio's first got called, but I had that as a likely on my map. That's not even lean on my map. So
Yeah, I mean, presidency.
no, really,
It would look
good.
It would look
Yeah,
worse.
go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say the presidency, like the number, like just those big numbers on my face, 113 to 210. They don't look pretty, but I guess California.
No, it always does that. That's not a shocker that the Electoral College looks like that now.
Yeah.
I bet if you looked at the national popular vote, it would be pretty not good looking either. But that's because and no one on the West Coast vote's been counted. Broadly, I'd say things look good for Trump and Senate Republicans, and House looks good for House Democrats.
Yeah.
If I had to wager right now, but not. I mean, there haven't been calls in these races for a reason.
Yeah, I guess we're waiting on what the last batch in North Carolina and Georgia. Both 3
Yeah. But they're both 3 points.
Yeah, looks like it. So where are the votes coming from? Let's see.
North Carolina is
Wake still has a ton, but I don't.
That's pretty. Wake has 16% left to report. Mecklenburg has 8% left to report. The counties with the most in are Alamance, or with the most to come in are Alamance, which is where Burlington is. Burlington, North Carolina, which isn't huge, but it'll probably favor Harris slightly, barely, about a net neutral. Some rural counties, in general, I'd say the vote that's left favors Harris in North Carolina. It'll probably be about a 1-point victory for Trump if I had to guess now.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be tighter than 2020. Georgia.
Okay, now my fingers have been licked. I can't do it.
Georgia, let's see.
I think Georgia's also probably 1% Trump.
Maybe even a little more, honestly. There's still a fair amount to come in from Gwinnett. That's a pretty big Harris favorable county. Same thing with Chatham. That's where Savannah is.
Yeah. So
I'd say maybe Trump up in North Carolina by a point and up in Georgia by a 1.5 by the end of the day.
Even if he wins those two, I mean Arizona is everybody thought gonna be a lean Republican for sure. So he should keep the Rust Belts if he wants to win, and that Pennsylvania margin keeps growing.
Yeah. What's Steve Kornacki saying? What's his tone?
It's not very positive. He's basically what he's doing is he's taking the counties from 2020 and 2016, comparing like the counties that are mostly in, and comparing those numbers to what the Biden Trump and Clinton Trump rates were. And for most of the counties, she's like right between
2020 and 2016.
She's not as high as Biden, but a little higher than Clinton.
Okay. I buy that.
Yeah. I don't know. Dang. I thought this would be hoping this would be mainly tight, but honestly,
I think it is going to be tight. I mean, I think it's going to drag on. But
well, All I know is my gov class with Schaefer tomorrow is going to be either really depressing or it's going to be crazy.
I'll bet there's gonna be one guy who's real happy, and I don't know who it's gonna be.
There is. Oh, yeah. He's already out.
Who? What?
His name's Hunter.
I feel like I've heard that name. I don't know. On a positive, there aren't any more trolls in the chat. Were you here for that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Well,
You really,
what?
you're probably staying up till 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. anyway.
Maybe midnight or 1 at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm really tired. I don't know.
No classes.
You know, my first class tomorrow is at 11, so like I'll live. But
Oh, yeah. It might be a grim mood on the UVA campus tomorrow.
very plausible. I remain upbeat. I'll tell the world does not end. I'll say this to everyone right now once I finish chewing. Excuse me.
As long as the House, as long as there's still a balance.
No,
Wait.
even if I wake up tomorrow and Donald Trump is going to be the president and Republicans have a 55-45 majority in the Senate and Republicans have a supermajority in the House, life goes on. I don't know. I also understand that maybe not everyone can say that, and I may be saying that from a point of not necessarily privilege, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do. So it looks like Richmond. So it's Richmond, Virginia Beach, and Chesapeake are the ones that are really not counted in Virginia right now.
Virginia Beach and Chesapeake are going to be about even, maybe a little favorable to Trump with what the national environment's looking like. And then Richmond City is obviously going to be very blue.
Yeah, right smack. Still got a lot of votes to count there. Tell you what, the Pennsylvania vote is coming in quick, though. It's almost at 70%.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
I was not paying attention to that. Trump was 3.1.
Yeah.
Same thing. It just depends on where those ballots come from.
True.
Right now, there's going to be a lot more in from the most votes remaining are from Montgomery County, which is currently Harris plus 34, the city of Philadelphia, which is currently Harris plus 56, Bucks, which is tight, but Harris leads, Delaware, which is Harris plus 27. Same thing. Like I think Pennsylvania is just going to get bluer. I think Pennsylvania is going to be within a point either way. Georgia and North Carolina maybe around a point for Trump.
Yeah.
At this point.
To me, this looks like, the poll, I guess looking back at the polls, they look pretty accurate. Except for Iowa. I don't know what that was.
The Seltzer, Jan Seltzer, this could be her fall from grace. Her and Alan Lichtman and the 13 keys.
Oh, yeah.
You know, right now Trump leads in Iowa by 14. Dang, maybe someone did pay her off. That's what people were saying on Reddit. Like someone's like, who gave Jan Seltzer $1 million? And I was like, I don't know. I still don't think she actually got paid off, but it's really a remarkable miss.
Yeah. Oh, there was another tight Democrat race called in the House.
Was
it?
Which one are you looking at?
Is it?
What state?
No.
None of the Florida races were really that close in my head.
One was called. I don't know which one it was, though. There was in New York. Was the Ohio one already called?
Which Ohio one? Ohio's first? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I don't know where it came from, but
the 9th is really tight, and that's surprising to me. I thought the Democrat was going to win by a bit there.
The Ohio 9th?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That is really close.
What's we got calls for Harris in California and Washington. Shocker.
But like one vote came in for California. Washington, yes. Dang. All right, well, I'm probably gonna exit the stream pretty soon here.
Well, it was an honor to have you, Alex.
Thank
We made history together.
Oh yeah, thanks for the stream.
The what?
The stream, bro. Thanks.
Oh, my pleasure. Sorry for the trolls. This was fun though. I don't know, and there's a lot of people on who like haven't talked in the chat, so I wonder who else is here.
Yeah, gotta get Miles. You gotta call him next time. Come on in.
What?
Miles needs to call the stream.
Oh yeah, 100%. I talked to Miles on the phone outside of the stream.
Oh,
I've been talking to him in the week or two leading up, so I kind of already know what his preemptive expectations were.
Yeah, he texted me.
Oh, all Campbell says when you said it might be a grim mood at UVA tomorrow. Campbell says it's always a grim mood at UVA. He's at Tech. You probably don't even know who he is. I did like scouts with him.
I don't know. Tech's football.
Yeah. What?
UVA be any good this year?
UVA basketball?
Yeah.
All I know is Tony Bennett retired.
Oh yeah.
That's all. That's really all I know about UVA basketball. So, judging based on that, I don't know. But
yeah, probably not. All right. Well, I think I'm gonna head out.
All right. Well, Alex, tomorrow we'll see what happens tomorrow morning. It is not a done deal. I can't emphasize that enough. The Rust Belt has yet to be. I think once the Rust Belt is at like 90, I'll have a pretty good idea, but it's not. So we'll see. It's possible all the votes are from like Philadelphia, Milwaukee, and Detroit. Who knows?
Yeah.
All right. Good night, Alex. Thank you for tuning in.
See ya. Good night.
Early returns predict Harris for VA. Yeah, that's not shocking, not surprising. Unfortunately, you do need more than 13 electoral votes to be the president. But Elliot's been doing flashcards and soldering. Okay. Let's look at the presidential race again. 179, 214. California and Washington. Still no call in Maine, but that's because like no votes are in. We had 5 hours. How's Sherrod Brown looking? Let's check. Still, they like haven't counted. They've barely counted half of all of the votes in Cleveland and Akron, and they've counted the rest of the state. So it's definitely going to get a lot bluer than this. But maybe not enough bluer, I think. Trump went Idaho. I'll put Idaho. I'll color in Idaho. Although obviously, not a shocker. Why haven't big cities done much counting? It's not that they haven't done much counting. It's just that, think about it. If there's a precinct with 100 people and a precinct with 10,000 people, the precinct with 100 people is going to finish a lot faster. It's just that they have more to count. It's not that they're counting slow. 139, 214. Colleague got called and they haven't counted anything. I don't know why they do that, but I mean, it's not like it's going to be any different. So whatever. I haven't even opened my mic and Ike's. I brought snacks for this. I don't know. House, any other competitive calls in the house? No. Photos, what's going on? Coast to coast, Americans count their ballots, cast their ballots. There she is. There he is. Durham, North Carolina. I do buy that the big cities aren't counting yet. And I do think that most of the blue states on here are going to or most of the states on here are going to get bluer. But the question is, can Kamala Harris dig herself out of that hole? How do you think they're going to handle the ballots that got set? Did that happen again? Or is that just the stuff that happened a couple weeks ago in Oregon and Washington? The answer to that is I don't know. I hope they are able to determine some things. More than anything, that's just sad. PA up to 73% counted. Trump was 2.2. The most votes in Pennsylvania have yet to come in from all heavily favorable areas for Kamala Harris. Like I was saying before, it's just a matter of whether she can dig herself out of that 4-point disadvantage, which I think it's really a toss-up, honestly. In the Rust Belt and the Sun Belt's probably leaning right. When do polls close in Nevada? Um, 10. They just haven't counted anything yet. All right. Yeah. Nine new updates. What is this? No. Oh, the crowd at Howard University where Kamala Harris is holding her election night party. I don't think Jacob is still here, but my friend Jacob goes to Howard. I wonder if he's there. At least something like that. The Trump team is jubilant. Okay. Yeah, the race will not come into focus until the early morning hours in several states in Wisconsin, including Wisconsin and Michigan. Complete voter data. That's fair enough. Jacob was in here earlier. Yeah, no, I saw that. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if he's still here. Because there's 10 people here. I know I know like 4 of them, 5 of them. Who knows who the mystery people are? Not saying anything in the chat. Schiff wins the Senate race in California. Not shocking. How's Dan Osborne looking? He leads still, Miles. But again, he's leading by less than half a point. Wow. At the top of the ticket, Trump is up by only 7. So I'll make it that what you will. Any house calls yet? Still nothing. Although Pennsylvania 7th is basically all counted, and Vindman has the edge, albeit a narrow one. Virginia, not much there. LaLota's up by a good bit. Tom Keene Jr. is up by a lot more than I thought he would be, actually. Colorado's 3rd is very close again, even without Lauren Boebert in it. That's interesting. Maybe that's going to be a battleground for some time to come. This Maryland seat is a little redder than I thought it would be, too. But not a lot in a lot of these seats. Well, Lawler's really running away with it, though, in that one New York seat thus far. Did we get any calls with that? I saw an update come in. No calls, though. Nevada is the only state yet to report results, except for Alaska and Hawaii. Why is Minnesota counting so slow too? Does anyone else have any more thoughts or comments? I'll go to at least midnight. You need hope, Stella? I think what Jen O'Malley Dillon said, he's Kamala Harris's campaign chair, I think. What she said is we won't know until the votes are really tallied in Michigan and Wisconsin and in Pennsylvania. And I think that's fair. I mean, I'm not going to lie and say that things are looking excellent because they're not looking excellent, but I do think it's still looking close. It's definitely not a done deal. See, Pennsylvania was lean Trump for a long time, and now it's back to toss-up. So maybe there's some momentum for Harris there. I think that that's a real, like that county up there. I don't know if you can see my cursor when I go ahead and do this, but that one county up there in the center of Pennsylvania that's lean R right now, like there's no way that holds. That's Center County. That's where like Penn State is. That's not going to stay red. So I think that there's a lot of voting that has yet to occur, or votes that have yet to be counted. See, if you look on this little percent chance to win, Kamala Harris is upticking now. I think that there really is something to that Pennsylvania or that Michigan, Wisconsin. Let's see if that looks that way in Michigan, Wisconsin too. Yeah, Trump's percent chance of victory is going down a little in Michigan. I think Trump peaked early in those Rust Belt states, and I think the data suggests that too, to an extent. Like I said before, the question is just, can Kamala Harris close that gap? What's Dane looking like? Harris plus 50, yeah, that's to be expected. We will know a good estimate tomorrow. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair assessment of the race. How much is California counted? Just if I'm going to be looking at the national popular vote. Still in the House. Oh, there's another call in New York's 22nd. Oh, North Carolina has been called for Donald Trump, the first swing state to fall. It's not a flip, but I expected as much. That was in my prediction. Well, at least Mark Robbins is not the governor. Oh, Miles, there goes your prediction. Lisa, stop. So there are states that have been called, not necessarily done deals, or are they? There's a reason they call them. They don't call them because they think they have an idea. They call them because they're nearly 100% sure. Someone asked that earlier, I think, and what I said was the last time I could think of that happening is calls being reversed is in Florida in 2000. Also, Kamala Harris doesn't need North Carolina to win. I mean, I didn't think that she was going to win North Carolina. So far, what's the margin there? All right, in between 2016 and 2020, kind of what Alex was saying. Alex, who called me earlier, was saying that was what Steve Kornacki was saying is she's performing about in between Hillary Clinton and Biden. So, I mean, between like the two closest elections in contemporary political history. So between super close and between super close, it's pretty close. I still expect for North Carolina to get a little bluer. But yeah, no, there you go. So Dan Osborne is holding strong. Honestly, strong. I shouldn't say that. He's holding stronger than I thought he would in Nebraska. And I've learned my lesson about previewing the house map because apparently they don't call any of the races ever. New York's 22nd, they did call that. That's another. I'm 2 for 2 with my house calls. Not even close, really. You're surprised they haven't called Virginia? Yeah, North Carolina call before Virginia call. That's it's like textbook bad. But they'll call Virginia soon. At least they should. Why is it bad that they called North Carolina before Virginia? Virginia should be a bluer state than North Carolina is a red state. Like Kamala Harris should be winning Virginia by more than Donald Trump is winning North Carolina by. So it's generally not a good sign if they're calling one before the other in a way that does not make sense like that. I think it's pretty clear that. Oh, what was that? Tim Kaine wins re-election in Virginia. There we go. There's a win. That means the Harris call is probably coming very soon, if I had to guess. Yeah, be excited for Tim Kaine. That's good. He's a nice guy. I met Hung Kao and I met him, so I can really compare. I like him more. The House, though, still no calls and really that many competitive races. Senate-wise. So Ohio's getting better and better for Sherrod Brown every time I look at it, just because they're counting. Can you elaborate on my thoughts? Okay, a lot is happening. Kamala Harris wins Oregon. I'll elaborate on my thoughts on Nevada in a second. Has Nevada reported anything? No. So that's weird. is my first thought. Nevada took a notoriously long time in 2020. Maybe it will again. Oh shoot, that's not what I meant to be coloring it. Oops. There we go, up here. Okay, well, Marjorie Taylor Greene was never going to lose, so that's not a surprise. Nevada, I think I have Nevada red in my map just because it's like the only swing state that's consistently right trending. John Ralston, who's kind of like the equivalent of Jan Seltzer in Iowa, said Nevada would go blue for Harris after spending weeks talking about how bad the early vote there was for her. So I think he's kind of trying to trick himself. I thought Nevada was going to be red for a little while. Obviously, we don't have any votes, so who knows? But we'll see. Kamala Harris is on track to do worse than Hillary Clinton did in Virginia. That is very surprising to me. Still going to win, but we probably aren't going to know who wins those 3 states in the upper Midwest for a few days. Maybe a couple days at the earliest tomorrow night, I'd say. No one can win the presidency until at least one of those states is called. and we don't know how they're going to be called yet. So it's still up in the air. It's not a done deal. Why do they take so long? Every state has its own voting counting procedures. I don't know. Pennsylvania is actually nearing 80. And Trump's lead is getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And I've said it multiple times already. It's just a matter of can she dig herself out of that hole? And I think the answer is a resounding maybe. A lot more is in from Philadelphia, but still not a lot in. Okay. So she's doing very well in Erie, which is interesting. Is Kamala Harris is doing very well in the bellwethers, and the suburbs are continuing to trend right for the most part. Trend left for the most part. But Trump won Northampton by 5. Jeez, what's PA 7 looking like then? Or +3, that tracks. Oh, I hope Matt Cartwright doesn't lose. That would make me a little sad. I like Matt Cartwright. But that's what happens in politics. People lose. So Georgia now, they're saying more than 95% of the votes in, and it's still around Trump plus. It's what, 3.3? Oh, Sherrod Brown lost. Brandon. It's okay. Ugh. All right, well, now there's at least one call where I was wrong. My prediction was wrong. That's okay. Why do they take so long? Oh, I already answered that. Okay, well, Democrats probably won't win statewide in Ohio for the foreseeable future. Texas is I don't know why this race has not been called for Ted Cruz yet, honestly. Presidentially, Texas is Trump plus 14. Wow. Which one was I wrong on? None of the states. I thought that Sherrod Brown would win the Senate race in Ohio when he lost. But it was close. If we go back to my hang on. My Senate map. You can see Ohio there is the lightest possible blue. It was a toss-up. It's not like I was crazy wrong, but still wrong. And I said that's the only call where I was wrong, but really there haven't been that many calls yet, so that's not that remarkable. Oh, shoot, that's not what I meant to share too. What's that dot in Nebraska? Were you looking at the Senate map? Okay, I saw that, Lucy. On the Senate map, that dot in Nebraska, Ben Sasse retired to become the president of the University of Florida or something like that. So they are having a special election in Nebraska for another Senate seat that they usually wouldn't have an election for. That's what that dot is. Good question. No, presidentially, I'm going strong with my predictions, but I won Senate race. Still no calls really in the House. Yeah. We got a call. We got Bobby Scott wins by 39. Go Bobby Scott. Virginia's 7th. Vindman still leads by 2 with almost all the votes counted. A little less than I thought he'd win by. Carve is winning by a little bit. The only deepest. That's Pennsylvania. West Virginia is 10th. Is that gonna be? It's probably gonna be down here. Did they already call that for Suha Subramaniam? No, but they're going to. No, they did. Okay. Only 39. I don't know what you're talking about, but I also don't know who Doug Fergie is. Yeah, I saw that. I noticed that in Georgia too. Man. Was my computer not charging? Oh, that's why it's. I'm glad I noticed now. There we go. Do we have any more calls? 78% in Pennsylvania. What's it look like in Wisconsin? How much of the vote is in? See, in Milwaukee, only half of the count is in. I think Wisconsin's going to get a lot bluer, actually. Wisconsin, only half the count is in. Yeah, look, the estimate for Trump is going down. Harris's chance of winning in Wisconsin is going up. Yeah, I think I'm standing by that. I think Trump peaked early in the Rust Belt. But that doesn't mean that his fall from his peak will be a loss necessarily. I did unplug my computer, Elliot, but then I plugged it back in again. I thought I had plugged it back in again, I should say. Rocking with the Troop 1 canteen. Second to none. That's right, Campbell. Has New Mexico been called yet? No. Trying to make sure my map is up to date. I'm not missing anything. I think it's up to date. I think it's fine. Oh, they probably called. Miles, can you check and see if they called the Utah governor's race? I'm sure they have. I would be shocked if they didn't. When's the earliest all of the states could be called? I guess in theory tomorrow night. But it's the earliest for a reason. I don't think that'll be it. It is worth noting that, I mean, I don't know. Pretty much all of the votes left in Georgia will go to Harris, but I just don't think it'll be enough. Utah Gov not called. No votes counted? Yeah, no, Stella. I would say we won't know for a couple days, at least. Depending on how tight some of the states are, it could be. I would be surprised if we're pushing a week. The AP called New Mexico. I'll wait for the New York Times since I've been waiting for New York Times for everything else. Oh wait, the little notification bell just came up. Is that probably going to say? Oh, Bob Ferguson won the Washington governor's race. Okay, I'll fill that in. He's the attorney general now. Okay, apparently, according to an NBC exit poll in Michigan, Donald Trump won young voters by 51 to 46, but that's implausible, I feel like. They called North Carolina. Yeah, no, I got it filled in up there. I know. I thought that North Carolina was going to go for Trump, though, so. Is it possible they call Virginia before Georgia? Yeah, I'd say so. Commonwealth in Virginia, do they call it? They should. They haven't. I hope this is less stressful than the real news. That's my goal here, I think. I've decided. And I'd be shocked if the answer is no. Ted Cruz wins in Texas. Not shocking. But Republicans officially have Senate control. At least I think so. Well, I guess it depends on who wins in Montana and who wins the presidency. But I'll go ahead and give them their 50. Lichtman is looking quite stressed on his live stream. I bet he is. Poor Alan Lichtman. Still, like, no calls. They called one district that still, like, they're not counting any of the House stuff or making that. The Associated Press is not worried about the House of Representatives right now, which I guess is fair. But thank you. Yeah, for sure less stressful. But Electoral College estimate. Trump 298, Harris 240. So like that's lower than it was a second ago. Before it was like 301 something. And I will say, I think the only reason the needle is like that for the likely Trump over on that side is just because that we know so much about the states where Trump is favored, and we know relatively little about the states where we don't know yet. But, I mean, we don't know nothing. Yeah, Kamala Harris is winning in Virginia. So her anticipated win in Virginia is now even more. It's AZ probably won't be called. Maricopa is going to take forever. I think that's definitely a fair assessment. Yeah, a bunch of votes came in and then nothing since. What was that? Kamala Harris wins Virginia. Okay. Well, that's something, I guess. Oh, no, can't forget about the Eastern Shore up here. What just happened? AP call? No, the New York Times is waiting a little bit after other people make their calls. I think they're being extra cautious. Like I saw someone called North Carolina and then they didn't call it for another half hour. You know, same thing with Virginia and apparently New Mexico. I think they're just being very cautious, which fair enough, honestly. Amy Klobuchar wins in Minnesota. Not shocking. I do wonder how much she won by, though. Amy Klobuchar's opponent in Minnesota is like actually horrible. Like not necessarily his person, but just like the candidate quality. His name is Royce White. He was like a basketball player. He's never run for political office. Every interview with him, he says something crazy. What is Minnesota looking like? Yeah, Amy Klobuchar plus 20. Not shocking. But they still haven't called the statewide race there. Will they give Tim Walz their votes? I think so. Poly Market has Trump at 95% right now. If anyone wants to possibly make a ton of money, nah. Logging off in an anxious wreck. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know. I can't make people less anxious. I wish I could, but I cannot. Have you broken into the Mike and Ike's yet? No. Why don't I do that? Why don't I have some Mike and Ike's? Cheer wine, yes. I'm not going to have any more. Let's pop over to the Lickman live stream. Let's see how he's looking. Oh wow, they have a lot. They have a lot of people watching. I wonder if I can.
I'm gonna try to find a video from 2020 to see if we can find some sort of hour by hour comparison.
Campbell. Bro, the roast
Wisconsin's at 71% reporting. But yeah, and Milwaukee's risen a lot. So she's got 66% in 2024, and he had 16. So she's underperforming in Milwaukee a little bit.
Not good. It's the Arab vote.
You said that wasn't real.
The Arab vote? That's Detroit, Mr. Lickman.
And isn't that mostly in Michigan?
Really love it if Trump wins. He's going to be so good to the Arab community.
But hold on. Isn't that mostly in Michigan, the Arab vote?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Sam Lickman.
Time is running out.
Thank you, Denise Demir, for your donation. All right.
Arizona moved.
Say that again.
Has Arizona moved? It had been a defeat.
Give me a second. I'm trying to figure something out. Keep talking if you want. All right. Too many freaking trolls in the chat, so I changed the chat to subscriber only at this point. We don't need any more.
Good call, Sam Lickman.
Still have our viewers.
We still have 41,000 people watching.
Wow.
That's pretty incredible.
Well, if nothing else, they saw we're way ahead of everyone.
No doubt. CNN is predicting Bernie Moreno has won the Ohio Senate seat.
Wow.
So they've already hit 50.
Yeah, they're going to go past 50.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe
I agree
way
with
past.
I agree with you. Alan Lickman
Bob
does not
Casey
look.
in
It's not
Pennsylvania
looking his
is
best.
losing.
Wow.
Tammy Baldwin's losing.
Is she? Oh, I wasn't even looking at that.
I mean, barely, like by 0.7%, but she is losing.
Wow. Yeah, they could hit 55%.
You mean 55 members?
Yeah. Well, it's 55%. So.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, he's maintained his lead in Pennsylvania.
Let's see how Chris Cillizza is doing things. I like him too.
Sanders, potentially, the governor of Arkansas could run on the Republican side.
Talking about Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I don't know what I just jumped.
Liz Cheney could run as an independent, I guess. Yeah, but that's a good question. Jack Baltazar says Nikki Haley. She could run again, but again, this is a Trump party. Stephen Bailey, life goes on. Things won't be as bad as the partisans claim. Maybe business will even be better, one hopes. Roman Villapando. So what happens to Trump's 34 felony counts? I just don't see him getting sentenced. Amy Nord says Amy Klobuchar. Yes. Tiffany Calderon. I feel so heartbroken. I understand. Tom, tough one to explain to my daughter. Sad that Gavin Newsom is the hindsight candidate. Yeah, although you know what, if Harris loses, Newsom could run. I mean, I don't think it's out of the question that he runs. Vimo Minan, Vimo asks, and Vimo, thank you so much for the donation. If this man, a divisive
I'll be
figure
a
known
little
for
disappointed
inflammatory
if he comes
rhetoric
out
and
and
prejudice, can be
tries
elected
to
to power twice, what does it reveal
make
about the nation's
excuses,
character?
unless
and
if there's
values
a
of the
legitimate
people?
reason for excuses. I don't know.
Well said. Well said. Yep. I don't, Vimo, I don't have a great answer for that. Hold on. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything big. Let's see. I don't think I am. Let's just check the needle, the New York Times needle again. Yeah, 90% chance of a Trump victory. Right now, they have Georgia as more than a 95% chance Republicans win. Arizona has an 80% chance. Pennsylvania has a 74% chance. Wisconsin 70%. Michigan 68%. So
I apologize. I wasn't thinking about the audio.
See if I'm
over
missing
the
anything.
talking. I wasn't even thinking about that.
Yes, I know, people. My mic is not great. Yes, if you want to donate to
when I talk,
get me a new mic, do it. I'm more than happy to have it. Let's see. HWCWTD. It's not over. Lots of votes left in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Absolutely, I agree. Casey Sideking says Casey's losing in Pennsylvania. Yeah, all three Democratic Senate candidates in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania are currently losing. The Dork Knight 23. I'm going to laugh if Trump wins and gets impeached again, making him the only president to be impeached not once but 3 times. Yes, yeah, that would be amazing. A record no one else will break. Rahul Agarwal. Isn't it time to find a new job? Why? Super Westman. You should have a new mic fundraiser live stream. I need that. Dina, yeah. Do you think Biden is sorry he stepped down? I don't think he really had an option, to be honest. I think he was kind of pushed. So, yes, it is a bagel that I'm eating. It's not very good. It's a blueberry bagel from Panera. But yeah, Biden probably regrets it, but he wouldn't have won. Harsh paid. Harsh, thanks for donation. If Trump wins, he won the ultimate war against Democrats. Trumpism will be the new opponent for the next few elections. Fair enough. Rahul Agarwal, I'm very disappointed. All these channels said Kamala has a winning message. Look, dude, I talked about both of them a lot. And I said there's ways Trump can win and ways Harris can win. I tried to be as honest as I can. Vimo Manan said, sorry, I was literally asking you, what does it say about the country? So what does Trump winning say about the country? It says that people think politics is broken.
Miles. All right.
They don't trust any politicians.
I'll probably be logging off
in
the short term. So you're not going to
would rather a guy who they know lies as opposed to someone who.
Sorry, I forgot to mute that. If you couldn't hear me, good night, Miles.
Say that they lie. Like they think all politicians lie all the time. Thank
you. It was a fun stream. We had a blast.
They are okay with his willingness to play on racist and misogynist stereotypes because they think he, despite all that stuff, will be better for them on the economy. I think that's what it says.
Doom yourself.
Chris, favorite pizza? Blacklight 492. Easy. Pepperoni. I know that's basic.
All right,
Booker T. Adams. Will Kamala Harris lose Pennsylvania and Michigan? She might. Yeah, she might.
Results and results only. Still got 11 people. I doubt that includes myself, but I think it's possible. Still no call in New Mexico. Senate stuff. In the House, we finally have some calls in the House. Nothing too interesting, though. Yep, no shockers. The Howard party music stopped playing. Which Brian is this? I am curious who's still here. Not Bennett. Okay, Brian. I think your profile picture changed. Yeah, that tracks. You'll be here till I hop off. Okay, I'll probably hop off sometime before 1. I don't think we're getting anything too meaningful. Sorry, my mom texted me, said, "How's the house looking?" Hang on. The answer is, who knows? Okay, fair enough, Campbell. Well, yeah, I know that's what the. Well, yeah, obviously that's the seats that have been called in the House, but like none of the competitive ones have been called. Is what I mean to say. At least I don't think they're starting to call a handful. I do not know Dr. Strands. That's a question you're going to have to ask him yourself. Brian skipping chemistry. They don't take attendance. I haven't really been missing lectures, even though they don't take attendance. I don't know. We're down to 7 viewers. Yeah, neither. I have also not missed a single lecture, Campbell. Campbell, do you see like Andrew around? New York Times just called something. What is soil judging? I thought that said soil juggling for a second, and I was very confused. Oh, NYT called. Okay, maybe if New York Times is calling Hawaii, that's a sign that almost time to go to bed. That's Hawaii for you. They're finally starting to call some stuff in the House, but still like nothing. I wonder what's the margin in North Carolina's first. Yeah. Don Davis might actually win. I did not think he would. So that's I guess that's a good sign for House Democrats. Virginia Tech is defending national soil judging champion. Good for you. I like that you say that as if I should obviously know that fact. So right now in the Senate, it's R+3, R+2, R+2. And for the presidential in those states, it's R+5, R+4, R+4. So the down ballot Senate Democrats in the upper Midwest are outrunning Kamala Harris by about 2 points overall. I don't know. If I don't know. If Donald Trump wins Georgia, which I think he almost definitely will, and Pennsylvania, which I think is a toss-up, then he's the president. If Kamala Harris wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, which I think are all toss-ups, she's the president. I don't know. How does Iowa House races? They're going to be really tight. What's Iowa's statewide looking like? I feel like the big story is going to be how was Seltzer so wrong? Yeah. Trump's winning Iowa by 14. Her final poll had Kamala up 3. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Okay, so there's still a lot of vote left in Milwaukee, Detroit, and Philadelphia. But for Harris to win, she would need to outperform Biden's numbers there in 2020. And so far, she's underperforming Biden's results about everywhere in the country. Okay, so that's a fair analysis, I guess. Or that little live stream thing going. So just FYI, people can hear you.
Oh,
You're saying that.
well, we have a big leftover Caesar salad if you want some, if you get hungry.
All right. I'm probably about to go to bed.
Oh, okay.
I think I've seen what I need to see, I think.
Understandable. But
I appreciate it though.
in case you get hungry,
Thank you very much.
feel free to it. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you. All right. Oh, you see Andrew sometimes, not a lot. I think I misread the first time. All right, we hit 6 hours. I'll go until New Mexico or Minnesota get called, or Maine. I'll go until one more state gets called, I think. Unless if it becomes ridiculous, then I won't. What was that? What? One of the notification bells just went off. Oh, Deb Fisher won in Nebraska. Go until Nevada starts counting votes. They were supposed to start counting votes 2 hours and 7 minutes ago. So I don't know. All right. How could it possibly take this long to call Georgia? Beyond me. That's not what I meant to go to. Pennsylvania. She's not even winning the popular vote. Well, what percent in is in California? I think that's a good question. Even though they called it, I'd imagine they've counted almost none of the votes in California. I don't know how to check because the percent doesn't come up once the state's been called. I can probably figure it out. Yeah, 43% of the vote is in California. Yeah. So how much is she under in the popular? It can't be much. Not the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact, just National Popular Vote, please. She's down by 4.6. That's not nothing. Did the Nebraska second get called? Thank you, Brandon. Did that just happen? No. I don't know. Nebraska's been broadly good tonight, though, I think, except for the Osborne loss, but that was to be expected. The map of shift from 2020 is a sea of red. I think that's because, and I mentioned this earlier, is because just a lot of the counties where the amount of vote needed to tabulate that are very red and rural. I think the suburban, like the Georgia suburban color, still shifted left. Harris plus 5.3 is what they're thinking. That's an underperformance, I'd say. Let's see what's happening. There's a few seats in Virginia I was wondering about. Yeah, McGuire won. All right. Somebody told me that people were writing in Bob Good. Apparently that's not true. Whitman only won by 14, though. That's something, I guess. And then Virginia's second. Any call? No, they're really not calling that competitive. They called, okay. They called New Jersey's 7th and New York's 1st. Okay, both for Republicans, which is what I thought. We're starting to get some house calls now. I'm starting to get some house calls. but not still not a ton. How's the ice cream?
It was fine. Right.
Good night. Do we have a call in anywhere yet? We still got 7 people watching. Not much is happening though. It's T plus 5 in New Mexico with 8% of the votes. Yeah, and Biden won New Mexico by like 10, if I'm not mistaken. So, but they should call it. But it's not like they're selectively waiting to call the Democrat leading states. Like I think they could call Georgia at this point, too. Honestly, although I understand that hasn't been called elsewhere. Like, where are the votes still in Georgia? Estimated remaining votes in Savannah. And like yeah, they could call Arizona. I think. I mean, not Arizona. Geez, Georgia. I think they could call Georgia at this point. Pennsylvania. Perhaps not enough in Pennsylvania to know. Yeah, maybe not looking so hot. Wisconsin. And keep in mind that it was in Wisconsin. Almost all the votes left are in Milwaukee, I think. Yeah, literally almost all the votes left are in Milwaukee. So All right. We got probably our final caller of the evening. Hello. Introduce yourself to the viewers.
Right, of course. My name is Campbell. I'm originally from Norfolk, Virginia, but I'm calling from Blacksburg, Virginia.
All right. What's on your mind, Campbell? Mr. Fox.
Well, I'm about to go to sleep. I
Mhm.
just wanted to tell you what a pleasure it's been
Yeah.
tuning into this live stream.
Thank you so much, Campbell. You know, maybe we'll have an update live stream, but I doubt it. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I'll catch you again in 2 years.
Oh yeah. See you later.
Good night, Campbell.
Bye.
Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for tuning in.
You as well.
All right. Good night. All right. I'm watching about to watch the viewership drop to 6. Oh yeah, New York Times called New Mexico. I said that's when I'd stop. I'll stop soon. Well, so let's say 12:30, 6.5 hours. Any house calls? Doesn't really look like it. Nothing that I haven't already seen. Oh, we got another call. Another caller. All right. Introduce yourself to our audience.
Oh,
What?
it's Brian.
Where are you calling from, Brian?
Hey, I'm hearing my own voice. It's kind of confusing.
Oh,
I'm calling from Purdue.
Purdue University
Purdue University
in
in
the great state of Indiana.
West Lafayette.
Okay. Yeah. What are your thoughts, Brian?
Wow, it's just it's been so soothing doing calculus. Listen to the stream.
Thank you, Brian. You know, I do what I can. Brandon says Ohio State is going to beat Purdue on Saturday.
Yeah, it's like no surprise,
What's the here? I'll put my phone number in the chat in just a second. Yeah, but I don't know.
Oh well, not in the chat. Say it. No, actually, I don't know.
I'll wait until this line is up. Do you have any thoughts to share, or just nice words? I'll take either.
Any thoughts? It's looking like a Trump's. I won't lie.
I think I see where you're coming from.
I'm really hoping it's not, but
we'll see.
This has been pretty depressing.
I think that's a fair assessment. Fair enough. Yeah, it's not looking great. I'll be honest. But
words of comfort.
I don't. Okay, excuse me. I'll also say it's not a done deal. That's true. The Nate Cohn comment I saw just a second ago that basically just said Kamala Harris will need to outperform Biden in the cities, and that doesn't seem likely. Doesn't mean it's impossible. Well, maybe tomorrow we'll have a president-elect, but I would be surprised. Hang in there.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be more than a day. So.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I'll hang in there.
Good. All right. Well, good night, Brian. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm glad. I'm so glad I sent you the link. Yeah. All right. Well, good night, Brian.
Wow. Goodbye.
All right. I'll put my phone number in the chat. Cruise one. I need to throw that in. All right. Hello.
Spencer, it's Dr. Schramp. How you doing?
Nice to talk to you. How are you?
Good. So I want to let you know, first off, you did a great job.
Thank
Very,
you.
Very impressive.
Thank you.
I think this is really fine work. I think you got to give some analysis about how this is going to impact the country. So I want to share. That's why you ignored my chat when I said, do you think that's going to lead to Trump incarcerating his political opponents, abolishing future elections?
I didn't see any of that. I'm sorry.
What do you think? That's okay.
I don't know. I think there is a real concern that he will not have the same people around him that he did in his first term. And if he wins, I'll still use the if, because they won't work with him. I think I have some real concerns that he will not, he'll just be able to do what he wants to do.
Well, I think if he had the capability to do that, he would. But I don't think he's confident enough to actually execute that.
What I worry is now I
had a
go ahead.
feeling he was going to win because I think when he decided to not pick Josh Shapiro and he made a shift to the left, he ended up going and trying to appeal to Kamala ended up appealing to left base instead of trying to get the moderates. I know a lot of people who are not huge Trump fans who are voting for Trump just because they're sick of leftist politics. So I wonder if the Democratic Party could realign after this election. What do you think?
I think that's very possible. I think that the circumstances that led to Kamala Harris's nomination were extraordinary. So people may see it as that is the fault, but you could see a shift to the middle. I think it's possible.
My final comment is I think you should endorse Mariah for Scholastic Bowl casting next year.
I see. When I was there 2 years ago, she was not in a lot because she was a freshman or a sophomore. So I don't know how she plays, but I know she's smart.
She's picking up her game.
All right, maybe I want to come back to Norfolk for the tournament day, and we'll hang around with people. So we'll see what I observe. Endorsement pending.
All right, fair enough. Good luck. My regards to your parents, and great job.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Bye.
Good night. Bye. All right. Pennsylvania's a toss-up. It's making you feel sick. Yeah. No, I don't disagree. Things are looking a little rough. Although, like the estimated margin was at like 2 or something, and now it's at 1.9. That doesn't mean anything, honestly, though. All right. Hello.
Hello.
Who's this? Who am I speaking with?
This is Natalie. This is your dad's program coordinator, and I
Yes.
just want to tell you, I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And I need to go to bed, but I can't stop watching because.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna go to bed in I'm gonna go to bed in about 5 minutes. If that makes you feel any better.
You're so impressive, Spencer, and I've just enjoyed watching you and your brothers grow up, and I'm just so proud of you.
I appreciate you saying that. And thanks for sticking around until
Yes.
It's 12:30. Well, good night.
All right. Have a good night.
You too. Very nice words. I think we're probably about to end it. I don't know who's still with me. It's what it's like. Probably just Elliot. It says there's 4 people. Anyone who's still here, show a sign of life in the chat. And Brandon. Okay. So Elliot and Brandon and 2 others. All right, let me just make sure I'm not missing anything. Any updates? This is the. Hang on, I guess this is the map we're gonna end things on this evening. Yet to be called are Nevada, Arizona, Alaska, Georgia, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and Maine, as well as Nebraska's 1st district and Maine's 2nd district. We gained a viewer. The stream's resurging. I'll go until I've been on for 6.5 hours. We're at 6 hours and 27 minutes. I'll be here for 3 more minutes. I'll commit to 3 more minutes. No more calls in competitive races. Oh, the Utah governor's race. I guess that's something. Hang on, ooh, before I fill that in. You're live. You're on the air. I'm going to be filling in Utah while I talk to you. I'm going to bed in a minute. I'm not feeling great either. Well, we'll see what happens. And, there's a reason that there's presidential elections every 4 years. So.
It looks like, okay, so they just won Zach Nunn just won the re-election to House.
I was 3rd. I had that one. That was I agree with that call. Here we go. So far, all my projections are undefeated except for Sherrod Brown in Ohio.
That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. But also, nothing's been called that's actually competitive. So really, it doesn't mean very much at all.
That's true. The stuff that I don't like, the stuff that I don't know is killing me right now because they haven't counted all the votes in California.
Are you just waiting to see what the national popular vote is?
Yeah, because then
just to know how angry you should be.
I know, because then it's a failure of American democracy, and not
a failure of American people, voters. I shouldn't say that. All Americans are important to me.
Maine, New Hampshire, and Minnesota like a lock.
Yeah, I don't know why those haven't been called.
Nevada's gonna do.
Nevada is frustrating me. I don't know what they think they're doing over there, being all different.
They want to wait until see what everybody else does before they
right? I mean, it's rigged in Nevada, I feel like. Not actually.
They're saying in Pennsylvania, toes curls.
Don't say that.
Wisconsin is like a hope lost, I think. I don't know.
Well, she loses Wisconsin. I think it's pretty much done. Obviously we don't know the southwestern states yet, but I think it's going to be not. I don't see her. I don't see sudden same day vote resurgence in Arizona if the rest of the country's been this rough.
Yeah, it's like Wisconsin's barely leading, and then Michigan is leaning, but more so Pennsylvania is still a toss-up. It's just
Yeah.
ugh. Maybe it's just really good TV. I'm just making it seem more close than it is. I did not expect this at all, though. I thought it would be pretty.
I knew it was going to be tight. And I think it still is going to be tight. I don't think this will go down as a landslide, no matter what Donald Trump says. But
Yeah. Well, New York Times is predicting similar, like barely better than 2016.
well, in 2016, Trump won by like 60,000 votes across 3 states, and in 2020, Biden won by like 40,000 votes across 3 states. So in a way, 2020 was actually closer.
Yeah.
So.
They think Trump 302, Harris 236.
But like I don't know if that's based on likely state calls or like the average. Like like I'm doing the math and I don't see how it adds up to that. Like in my head. But
I also I don't know how they're doing the likely state calls, because they're like, oh, this state, this county has like 100,000 votes left, but they're also like Trump plus a million, or like Harris plus a million. So I don't know if those votes are going to be split up.
I don't know. I'm not the vote counter. Yeah.
I think you should be the vote counter.
Yeah. I'm majoring in vote counting.
Are you going to be on the ballot one day, Spencer?
I tend to think not. I think I'd rather help people be elected than be elected myself. But it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Maybe. If you do, I'll know it.
This is the start of a prosperous career, though, for sure. And you were here to witness it.
Honestly, God, from what I saw from whenever I would get up and have to get more water or something, you're basically saying the same stuff that multiple news media sources are.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, but I also feel like I haven't been saying that much, honestly. I've kind of just been reading what I see and kind of providing some hopium.
But you kind of haven't been trained to vamp, they're just vamping based off of.
I will say I'm not getting up and doing the whole are you watching the live stream right now?
Yeah.
Here, if I was actually doing what Steve Koryaki does, I would be looking all stressed and pointing at all these places on the map, and I would be like, and then we're gonna go to this county and this county, and I'm not that animated. I don't know.
Yeah. You also don't have a teleprompter or a green screen, so there are all those drawbacks.
Yeah, that's true. All right, I've been going for 6 hours and 33 minutes.
I've been watching for 6 hours and 33 minutes.
Much appreciated. All right.
Yeah.
13 likes on the stream. We're crushing it. Maybe I should just be a YouTuber, drop out of college.
Nice.
All right. CNN just called Georgia. Did New York Times? The New York Times called Georgia? Not yet. So I don't have to do any more coloring. We're gonna end the stream here. Good night.
He hasn't called Georgia either.
All right. Good night to everybody on the stream. Here, Brandon, you can stay on the phone for a little bit if you want. But good night to everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. A remarkable night in American history. Good night.